Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I need to tell someone about what happened with my dog Rex. I've been putting this off for weeks now, but I can't shake what I saw that night. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it, or at least get it out of my head. I live in this tiny town called Älvdalen, way up north in Sweden. Most people have never heard of it. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest excitement is usually when someone spots a moose crossing the main road. My family's house sits right on the edge of town where the forest starts. Not like a few trees here and there, I mean the real Swedish wilderness. Thick pine and spruce stretching for kilometers in every direction. On clear nights you can hear wolves howling somewhere deep in those woods. I've always loved living so close to nature. Rex, my German shepherd mix, loves it even more. He's been with us for 5 years now, since he was a puppy, and that forest is basically his playground. Every morning he bounds out there, chasing squirrels and marking his territory. Every evening, same thing. He knows those woods better than any human ever could. The night everything changed was a Tuesday in early November. I remember because I'd just gotten back from my part-time job at the hardware store in town, and Tuesdays are always slow there. It was around 11 at night and I desperately needed a cigarette. My parents don't know I smoke. I'm 22 and still living at home while I figure out what to do with my life, so I try to keep the peace. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out the back door onto our small wooden deck. The air was crisp, that sharp cold you get right before winter really sets in. No snow yet, but you could smell it coming. Rex heard me open the door and came trotting over from wherever he'd been lounging. He always follows me when I go outside, even just for a few minutes. It's like he thinks it's his job to supervise me. I lit up and stood there enjoying the quiet. The forest was completely still. No wind, no animal sounds, just that deep silence you only get in the wilderness. Rex wandered around the yard, sniffing at things, doing his usual patrol. After about 10 minutes, I flicked my cigarette butt into the metal can we keep for them and called him. "Rex, come on, boy. Time to go in." He looked up from whatever he was investigating near the tree line, wagged his tail, and started jogging toward me. But then something made him stop. His head snapped toward the forest, ears perked up like he'd heard something. I didn't hear anything, but dogs pick up sounds we can't, so I wasn't worried. "Rex!" I called again, a little louder. That's when he did something I'd never seen him do before. Instead of coming to me, he turned and ran straight into the trees. Not chasing something. There was no excited barking or playful body language. He just went. Disappeared into the darkness between the pines like something was calling him. I stood there for a minute, confused. Rex is well trained, and he always comes when called. Always. I whistled our special whistle, the sharp 2-note sound that usually brings him running from anywhere in the yard. Nothing. I whistled again, louder this time. The sound seemed to get swallowed up by the forest. Starting to worry, I walked to the edge of our property where the maintained yard gives way to wild undergrowth. "Rex!" I shouted. "Come here, boy!" Still nothing. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, but the beam barely penetrated the thick darkness between the trees. I could see maybe 3 or 4 meters before everything turned black. I was about to go wake up my dad when I heard crashing through the underbrush. Relief flooded through me as Rex came bursting out of the forest, running full speed. But something was wrong. He wasn't running with his usual happy gallop. This was panicked, desperate. He ran right past me, didn't even slow down, and bolted straight for the house. I heard his claws scrambling on the wooden deck as he threw himself against the back door. When I got to the door, Rex was pressed against it, panting hard. His fur was standing up along his back, and he kept looking over his shoulder at the forest. I'd never seen him scared like that. Rex is a brave dog. He's chased bears away from our garbage cans without hesitation. But something in those woods had terrified him. I let him inside, and he immediately ran to his bed in the corner of the kitchen, where he curled up in a tight ball. Usually after an evening outside, he'd want to play, or at least get some pets. That night he just lay there with his eyes wide open, staring at the back door. I tried to shake off the weird feeling and went to bed, but I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the way Rex had run into those trees, like he had no choice, and the way he'd come back. Pure terror. What could have scared him that badly? The next morning, my dad was already up having coffee when I stumbled into the kitchen. Rex was still in his bed, which was unusual. Normally he'd be at the door, begging for his morning walk. "Rex seems off today," Dad said, stirring sugar into his mug. "Took him out earlier and he wouldn't go near the forest." Stayed right by my side the whole time. That was strange. Rex loves his morning forest adventures. "Weird," I said, pouring myself coffee. And when the Lindqvist's dog came by, Rex got aggressive. Really aggressive. Growling, hackles up, the whole thing. Had to pull him inside. Dad frowned. Rex has never shown aggression toward other dogs. They've been playing together for years. I looked over at Rex. He was awake but hadn't moved from his bed. His eyes looked, I don't know how to describe it, distant maybe, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Later that day, Dad tried to take Rex to the lake for his daily swim. It's been Rex's favorite thing since he was a puppy. He'll jump off the dock and swim around for an hour if you let him. But according to Dad, Rex took one look at the water and backed away. Wouldn't even walk down to the shore. "It's like he's a different dog," Dad said when he got home. "Something spooked him bad." That evening, I decided to skip my usual smoke break. Whatever had happened in the forest the night before, I didn't want to risk triggering it again. I was in my room around 10:30, scrolling through my phone, when I heard it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Slow, deliberate scratching at my bedroom door. I figured it was Rex wanting to come in. He does that sometimes when he's anxious, or there's a thunderstorm. "Come on in, boy," I called, not looking up from my phone. The scratching stopped, but I didn't hear the door open. I waited a few seconds, then got up and opened it myself. Rex was standing in the hallway perfectly still, not sitting, not lying down, standing in the exact center of the hallway facing my door. The first thing I noticed was how still he was. Rex is usually in constant motion, tail wagging, shifting his weight, looking around, but he was motionless like a statue. Then I saw his eyes. Rex has beautiful brown eyes, warm and expressive. These eyes were wrong. They were still brown, but there was too much white showing around the edges. Way too much. And he wasn't blinking. Dogs blink constantly, but Rex was staring at me with wide, unblinking eyes that looked almost human. "Rex?" I said quietly. "You okay, buddy?" He didn't respond, didn't even twitch, just kept staring at me with those awful, too wide eyes. We stood there looking at each other for what felt like forever. My heart started beating faster. Something was very, very wrong. This wasn't my dog. I mean, it looked like Rex, same fur, same size, same collar, but the way he was standing, the way he was staring at me, it was all wrong. Then, slowly, deliberately, Rex sat down, but not the way a dog sits, quick and natural. He lowered his hindquarters with careful, measured control, like someone who wasn't used to having 4 legs, was trying to remember how a dog was supposed to move. That's when the fear really hit me. The way he sat was so unnatural, so calculated, like something was puppeting his body, concentrating hard on making the movements look right, but not quite getting it. And still, those terrible, unblinking eyes never left my face. I slammed the door shut and turned the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage it. I pressed my back against the door and tried to catch my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. What the hell was wrong with Rex? Dogs don't stare like that. They don't move like that. It was like watching someone wearing a Rex costume, someone who'd studied how dogs behave but missed all the subtle details that make them look alive. I stayed pressed against that door for a long time, listening. No scratching, no whining, no sound of paws on the wooden floor. Nothing. Which was almost worse than if he'd been making noise. Eventually, I crept to my window and looked out at the forest. The trees were just black silhouettes against the slightly less black sky, but I swear I could feel something out there. Something watching. Something that had been waiting in those woods for the right moment. I barely slept that night. Every small sound made me jump. The house settling, wind in the trees, the furnace kicking on. Around 3 in the morning, I heard slow footsteps in the hallway. Not human footsteps, the click of claws on wood. But they were too measured, too deliberate. Dogs don't walk like that unless they're sick or injured. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. No sniffing, no scratching, no typical dog sounds. Just silence. But I could feel a presence on the other side of the door, standing there, waiting. After what felt like hours, the footsteps continued down the hall. I heard the soft sound of Rex's claws going down the stairs, then nothing. In the morning, Rex was back in his bed in the kitchen. When my parents got up, he acted normal enough that they didn't notice anything strange. He ate his breakfast, went outside to relieve himself, even played with his favorite tennis ball for a few minutes. But I watched him carefully, and I could see the difference. His movements were just slightly off. When he walked, each step was a little too precise. When he turned his head, it was too smooth, like he was thinking about each motion. And his eyes, they still had that too wide quality, showing too much white. My parents didn't see it. Why would they? If someone told you your dog was acting strange, you'd probably think they were being paranoid. But I knew Rex better than anyone. I'd raised him from a puppy, spent countless hours with him. This wasn't Rex. Something had happened in the forest that night. Something had followed him home. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. Maybe Rex was just sick. Maybe he'd eaten something in the woods that made him feel off. Dogs can act weird when they don't feel well, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The way he'd stared at me, the way he'd sat down with such deliberate control, that wasn't illness. That was something else wearing Rex's body, trying to figure out how to use it. Over the next few days, the wrongness became more obvious. Rex stopped doing little dog things. He didn't sniff interesting smells, didn't wag his tail when excited, didn't tilt his head when confused. He moved through his daily routine like an actor playing a role, hitting the major points but missing all the subtle details that made him Rex. My parents started noticing too. "Rex seems calm lately," my mom said one evening. "Almost subdued." That was exactly right. Subdued. Like something was holding back, trying not to draw attention. The worst part was the way he watched me. Whenever I was in a room, I could feel his eyes on me. When I'd look over, he'd be staring with that unblinking gaze, his head perfectly still. Dogs' eyes are constantly moving, tracking sounds and movement. But Rex's eyes would lock onto me and stay there. A week after it started, I couldn't take it anymore. I waited until my parents went to bed, then confronted him. Rex was lying in his usual spot in the living room. When I walked in, he immediately stood up and faced me, head cocked at that too perfect angle. "I know you're not Rex," I said quietly. "I don't know what you are, but you're not my dog." Rex, or whatever was using his body, tilted his head to the other side. The movement was so smooth it looked robotic. "What did you do with him?" I whispered. For a moment, I thought I saw something flicker in his eyes. Not Rex, but an acknowledgement that I was right. Something was in there, looking out through Rex's eyes, and it knew I could see it. Then Rex did something that made my blood freeze. He smiled. Dogs can't smile. Not really. They can pant with their mouths open in a way that looks like smiling, but their facial muscles don't work the same way ours do. But Rex's mouth curved upward in an unmistakably human expression. The corners of his mouth pulled back to show his teeth, but not in a snarl or a pant. A smile. I ran upstairs and locked myself in my room again. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't been able to sleep properly since. Every night, I hear those deliberate footsteps in the hallway. Sometimes they stop outside my door. Sometimes they continue to my parents' room. I want to warn them. But how do you explain that something is wearing your dog like a costume? Rex, the thing pretending to be Rex, is getting better at mimicking him. The movements are more natural now, the expressions more convincing. It's learning. But I can still see the wrongness in his eyes, still catch the moments when he forgets to blink or moves too precisely. Sometimes I catch him staring at the forest through the window, like he's waiting for something or someone. I've been researching online, trying to find some explanation. Possession, folklore, anything that might help me understand what's happening. Most of it sounds crazy, but I found some old Swedish stories about forest spirits that can inhabit animals, things that wait in the deep woods for the right opportunity. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe something ancient and hungry was waiting in those trees, and when Rex ran in that night, it saw its chance. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to get my real dog back, or if he's even still alive somewhere. All I know is that something is living in my house, wearing Rex's face, and it's watching my family. And every night, when I hear those careful footsteps in the hallway, I wonder if it's done learning how to be a dog. I wonder if it's ready to try being something else. The worst part is that my parents are getting attached to this new, calmer version of Rex. They think he's just maturing, becoming more well-behaved. They don't see what I see when he stares at them with those two wide, unblinking eyes. Last night, I heard him walk to my parents' bedroom and stop outside their door. He stood there for almost an hour, perfectly silent, just listening to them sleep. I don't know what it wants. I don't know what it's planning. But I know something came out of those woods 3 weeks ago, and it's not done with us yet. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what really happened in case something happens to me. If you see a dog that moves too perfectly, that stares too long without blinking, that smiles when no dog should be able to smile, don't trust it. And whatever you do, don't let it follow you home from the forest. Because once it's inside, once it's learned how to wear a familiar face, I don't think there's any way to make it leave. Story 2. I've never told this story to anyone except my wife, and even then, it took me until I was 32 years old to finally get the words out. I'm sharing it now because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. Maybe someone can help me understand what the hell happened to me when I was 6 years old. I grew up in a tiny fishing village called Bantayan, about an hour outside Cebu City in the Philippines. This was back in the early 2000s, and our village was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. Most of the men worked as fishermen, leaving before dawn and coming back in the late afternoon with whatever they'd caught. My dad was one of them. Our house was small, just 2 bedrooms, a main room that served as kitchen and living area, and a tiny bathroom. The walls were thin wood panels, and you could hear everything that happened in the other rooms. During typhoon season, which lasted from June through November, the whole house would shake when the wind got bad enough. The night I'm talking about happened in September. I remember because it was right after my 6th birthday, and my mum had just started teaching me how to write my name properly. I was proud of that, being able to write my whole name without help. The storm had been building all day. You could feel it in the air, that heavy pressure that makes your ears pop and your head ache. By afternoon, The clouds were so dark it looked like nighttime, even though it was only around 4 o'clock. The wind started picking up around dinner time, and by 8 at night, it was howling like nothing I'd ever heard. Our power went out around 9:30. This wasn't unusual. The electrical grid in our village was pretty unreliable even on good days, and during storms it almost always failed. My mum lit a few candles and told me to stay close to her while she finished cleaning up from dinner. I remember being scared but trying not to show it. 6-year-old boys aren't supposed to be afraid of storms, right? But this one felt different, bigger, angrier. The whole house was shaking with each gust of wind, and I could hear things, maybe tree branches, maybe pieces of other people's roofs, hitting our walls and windows. My dad had left for Manila 2 days earlier for work. He sometimes had to travel there for his job at the shipping company, usually for a week or 2 at a time. I missed him when he was gone, especially at night. He always made me feel safe, like nothing bad could happen as long as he was around. Around 10 o'clock, my mom sent me to bed. She tucked me in and kissed my forehead, told me the storm would be over by morning. But I couldn't sleep. Every time the wind died down for a few seconds, I'd start to relax, and then it would roar back even louder than before. I was lying there in my small bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to the storm, when I heard something that made my skin crawl. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was coming from outside our house, somewhere close. It was a dog howling, but not like any dog I'd ever heard before. You know how dogs howl, right? It starts low and builds up, kind of musical in a sad way. This wasn't like that. This sounded like someone who had never heard a dog howl before was trying to copy the sound. It would start, then stop abruptly, then start again in a completely different tone. Like something was practicing, trying to get it right. The hair on my arms stood up. I pulled my thin blanket over my head and tried to ignore it, but the sound kept going. Howl, stop, howl in a different pitch, stop, try again. It was wrong, and even at 6 years old, I knew it was wrong. Then I heard my dad's voice. It was coming from my parents' bedroom, just on the other side of the thin wall. Soft and gentle, the way he talked to me when I was scared or hurt. He was calling my name, not yelling, just speaking in that calm, comforting tone that always made me feel better. I couldn't make out the exact words through the wall and over the storm, but I recognized his voice immediately. Relief flooded through me. Dad was home. He must have come back early because of the storm. Everything would be okay now. I jumped out of bed and ran toward their bedroom. Our house was so small that it only took a few steps to get from my room to theirs. I was so happy and relieved that I didn't think about why I hadn't heard him come in, or why my mom hadn't mentioned he was back. Their bedroom door was one of those sliding wooden panels that you push to the side. I grabbed the edge and slid it open just enough to peek inside. The room was dark except for a single candle burning on my mom's side of the bed. I could see her sleeping form under the covers, turned away from the door, but I didn't see my dad anywhere. I whispered, "Mama," but she didn't wake up. She was a deep sleeper, especially during storms. The sound of rain and wind actually helped her sleep better. I was about to whisper louder when I heard my dad's voice again, clearer this time. It was coming from somewhere inside the room, behind the door. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. That's when I saw him. Except it wasn't him. The thing standing behind the door was tall. Too tall. Way too tall for my dad, who was average height, maybe 5'6". This thing had to bend its neck and shoulders to fit under the doorframe, hunched over like it was trying to squeeze into a space that was too small. But it had my dad's face, sort of. The facial features were right. The same nose, the same eyebrows, the same shape of the jawline. But everything was stretched wrong, like someone had taken a photo of my dad's face and pulled it wider. The smile was the worst part. It went from ear to ear, literally from ear to ear, showing way too many teeth. Teeth that looked too white, too sharp, too perfectly straight. Normal people can't smile that wide. Your mouth just doesn't work that way. But this thing's mouth was stretched impossibly wide, and the smile never wavered, never changed, like it was painted on. The eyes were my dad's eyes, the same dark brown color, but they were too bright in the candlelight. They reflected the flame like an animal's eyes do, but more intense, and they were focused completely on me. When it saw me looking at it, the thing spoke. In my dad's exact voice, warm and loving. "You found me." Those two words hit me like ice water. The voice was perfect. The tone, the accent, even the slight rasp my dad had from years of smoking. But hearing that voice come out of that twisted, too tall thing with the impossible smile made my stomach drop. I should have run. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to scream, to wake up my mother. But I couldn't move. It was like my feet were glued to the floor. The thing took a step toward me, and I could see that its movements were wrong too. It moved too smoothly, like it was floating instead of walking. And when it walked, it had to duck its head even more to avoid hitting the low ceiling. It reached out with one hand, my dad's hand, but cold when it touched my shoulder. Not just cool, but actually cold, like it had been sitting in a refrigerator. The fingers were too long, I think, but in the dim candlelight, and with my 6-year-old brain trying to process what I was seeing, I couldn't be sure. "Come," it said in my dad's voice. "Time for bed." The hand on my shoulder was heavy, heavier than my dad's hand should have been. It guided me toward the bed where my mother was still sleeping peacefully. She hadn't moved, hadn't woken up, hadn't reacted at all to the conversation happening 3 feet away from her. I let the thing guide me to the bed. I don't know why I didn't fight or scream. Looking back, it's like I was in a trance or something. Like part of my brain had just accepted that this was normal, that this was my dad, and I should do what he said. The thing helped me climb onto the bed between it and my mother. The mattress dipped under its weight as it lay down next to me, and I could feel how cold its body was, even through my pajamas. But somehow, impossibly, I felt safe. Even though every rational part of my brain was terrified, there was something about being between my parents that made me feel protected. The thing's arm wrapped around me, and I could smell something strange, not my dad's usual smell of cigarettes and fish and sea salt. This was different, older, like wet earth and rotting leaves. But I fell asleep anyway. I actually fell asleep lying next to that thing, like it was the most natural thing in the world. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the window. The storm was over, and I could hear birds chirping outside. I was lying in my parents' bed, but I was alone. My mother was already up. I could hear her moving around in the kitchen, probably making breakfast. I sat up and looked around the room. Everything looked normal. The candle from the night before had burned down to nothing. There was no sign that anything unusual had happened. I got out of bed and walked to the kitchen. My mom was standing at the stove, cooking rice for breakfast. She smiled when she saw me. "Good morning, sleepyhead. Did the storm keep you awake?" I started to tell her about Dad coming home, about the thing that looked like him, but something stopped me. The words felt heavy in my mouth, like they didn't want to come out. Instead, I asked, "Where's Papa?" My mom looked confused. "Papa is still in Manila, remember? He's been there for 2 days. He comes home tonight." My blood went cold. But he was here last night, in your room. I slept with you and Papa." My mom knelt down so she was at my eye level. "Sweetheart, Papa wasn't here last night. You must have had a dream. Sometimes dreams can feel very real, especially during storms." But I knew it wasn't a dream. I could still smell that earthy, rotten smell on my pajamas. I could still feel the cold weight of that thing's arm around me. Dreams don't leave smells behind. But I saw him. I insisted. He was behind the door, and he was really tall, and he smiled really big. Something flickered across my mum's face. Confusion, maybe fear. But then she smiled and ruffled my hair. It was just a dream, baby. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're scared. She went back to cooking, and I could tell the conversation was over. But I spent the rest of the day feeling wrong, like something inside me had been shifted out of place. My dad did come home that evening, just like my mom said he would. When I saw him walk through the door, normal height, normal smile, normal everything, I ran to him and hugged him as tight as I could. He smelled right, felt right, sounded right when he talked, but for weeks afterward I was terrified to sleep alone. Every night I'd lie in my bed listening for that awful fake dog howling, waiting for something tall and wrong to call my name in my father's voice. I never told anyone about what happened, not for 10 years. Even then, I only mentioned it once to my cousin, and he laughed and said I had an overactive imagination. So I kept it to myself. It wasn't until I was 16 that I really understood what I'd experienced. I was talking to my grandmother, my dad's mother, and she was telling me old stories about the Philippines, stories about aswang and other creatures that could take the shape of people you loved. They can look like anyone, she said, your mother, your father, your brother. But there are always signs. They're never quite right. Too tall, too short, wrong voice, wrong smell, and they always smile too much. My blood turned to ice when she said that. Too tall, wrong smell, smiled too much. Lola, I said carefully, what do they want? Why do they pretend to be family? She looked at me seriously. Sometimes they just want to watch, to study, to learn how to be more human. But sometimes... She trailed off. Sometimes what? Sometimes they want to take something, or someone. I asked her what I should have done if I'd ever encountered something like that, and her answer has stuck with me for over 15 years. You pray, she said, and you never ever let them know that you know what they really are. Looking back, I think that's what saved me that night. I was 6 years old, scared and confused, but I never challenged the thing pretending to be my father. I never called it out or demanded to know what it really was. I just went along with it, let it think its disguise was working. But here's the part that still keeps me awake sometimes. My mother never woke up that entire night. Not when I came into the room. Not when that thing spoke to me. Not when it got into bed next to her. She slept through the whole thing like she was drugged or enchanted or something, and the next morning, when I told her about sleeping between her and Papa, she didn't seem confused about how I'd gotten into their bed. She just corrected me about my dad being there, like she knew I'd slept there, but had blocked out everything else. Sometimes I wonder if she saw something too, but chose not to remember it. Sometimes I wonder if that thing came back other nights, when I was too deeply asleep to notice. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd called it out, if I'd said, "You're not my father," instead of just going along with it. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. The thing is, I've never experienced anything like that since. No supernatural encounters, no unexplained phenomena, nothing. It was just that one night, during that one storm, when something found its way into our house and pretended to be my dad. I'm 38 years old now, married with 2 kids of my own. We live in California, thousands of miles away from that little fishing village. But sometimes, when there's a bad storm and the power goes out, I find myself checking and double-checking that all the doors are locked. And if I hear a dog howling in the distance, my skin still crawls. Because even now, all these years later, I can still remember exactly how that thing smelled. I can still feel the unnatural cold of its skin, the too heavy weight of its arm around me. I can still see that impossible smile stretched from ear to ear. And sometimes, in the quiet moments right before I fall asleep, I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, still learning how to be human, still practicing that dog howl until it gets it right, still looking for another scared little kid to fool in the dark. Story 3. I need to tell someone about what happened to me 4 years ago in Eugene, Oregon. I've been putting this off because honestly, I'm still not sure anyone will believe me. Hell, half the time I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But it's been eating at me for years now, and I can't shake the feeling that if I don't get this out, it's going to happen again. Back then I was 24 and living in this crappy studio apartment near the Willamette River. The place was cheap because it was in a sketchy part of town, and the building was old as dirt. The walls were thin, the heating barely worked, and my upstairs neighbor had some kind of sleep disorder that made him walk around all night. But it was all I could afford on my job at the warehouse. My girlfriend at the time, I'll call her Sarah, stayed over most nights. We'd been together about 8 months and things were getting serious. She had her own place across town, but she preferred staying at mine because it was closer to her work at the coffee shop downtown. The false awakenings started in October. At first, I thought they were just weird dreams. You know how sometimes you dream that you wake up, go to the bathroom, brush your teeth, and then you actually wake up and realize none of it happened? It was like that, except way more vivid and way more frequent. The first time it really freaked me out was on a Tuesday night. I remember because Sarah had to work early the next morning, so we'd gone to bed around 10:30. I woke up, or thought I did, around 2 in the morning. The digital clock on my nightstand was glowing red in the darkness, showing 2:07 a.m. Sarah was lying next to me, facing away, breathing softly in her sleep. Everything looked normal. The streetlight outside was casting the same shadows on the wall that it always did. I could hear the usual sounds. Cars passing by, my upstairs neighbor shuffling around, the old building settling. But something felt off. I can't explain what exactly, just this nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I turned towards Sarah and whispered her name. She rolled over and looked at me with sleepy eyes. "What's wrong, babe?" "I don't know. This is going to sound weird, but am I awake right now?" She reached over and touched my face. Her hand felt warm and real. "Yeah, you're awake. Did you have a bad dream?" I shook my head. "I guess. Sorry for waking you up." "It's okay. Try to go back to sleep." I closed my eyes and tried to relax. But then I felt this weird tugging sensation, like I was being pulled backward through water. My eyes snapped open, and I was in the exact same position I'd been in before, lying on my side, looking at the clock, which still read 2:07 a.m. Sarah was next to me, breathing softly, facing away. Everything was identical. The shadows, the sounds, even the way the sheets were wrinkled. My heart started beating faster. I sat up and looked around the room. Everything was exactly the same as it had been a minute ago, or what I thought had been a minute ago. "Sarah," I said, a little louder this time. She rolled over, same sleepy expression. "What's wrong, babe?" The exact same words, the exact same tone. Even the way she reached up to touch my face was identical. "Am I awake?" I asked again. "Yeah, you're awake. Did you have a bad dream?" I stared at her. Same response, word for word. This had to be a dream, but it felt completely real. I could feel the mattress beneath me, smell Sarah's shampoo, hear the neighbor upstairs. "Sarah, this is really important. We just had this exact conversation. You said the exact same things." She frowned. "What are you talking about? You just asked if you were awake." Before I could respond, that tugging sensation hit me again, stronger this time, like being yanked backward by an invisible rope. I opened my eyes. Same position, same clock showing 2:07 a.m., same everything. But this time, when I turned to look at Sarah, something was different. She was still lying in the same position, but her eyes were already open. She was staring at me with this expression I'd never seen before. Not sleepy or confused. Alert, predatory. "What's wrong, babe?" she said. but her voice sounded wrong, flat, like she was reading from a script. I scrambled backward until I was pressed against the wall. "You're not Sarah." She sat up slowly, never breaking eye contact. Her face was Sarah's face. Same brown hair, same green eyes, same small scar on her chin from when she fell off her bike as a kid. But something was living behind those eyes that wasn't her. "I'm Sarah," she said in that flat, wrong voice. "Who else would I be?" "We've had this conversation before, multiple times. This is a dream." She smiled, and that's when I really lost it. Sarah had a beautiful smile, warm and genuine. This thing wearing her face smiled like it was imitating something it had seen but didn't understand. Too wide, too mechanical. "You're dreaming," she agreed. "But that doesn't mean I'm not real." She started moving toward me, crawling across the bed with jerky, unnatural movements. Her joints bent at wrong angles, like someone was puppeteering her body and didn't quite know how it worked. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. She kept coming, that awful fake smile never changing, until her face was inches from mine. Up close, I could see that her eyes weren't quite right either. They were Sarah's eyes, but they reflected light like a cat's eyes, showing too much white around the edges. "Time to go back to sleep," she whispered. I woke up for real this time. Actually woke up. I was drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clock showed 4:15 a.m. Next to me, Sarah was sleeping peacefully, looking completely normal. I spent the rest of the night sitting in a chair across the room, watching her sleep and trying to convince myself it had just been a nightmare. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in that room with me, something that knew exactly how to look like Sarah, how to sound like her, but couldn't quite get the details right. That was just the beginning. The false awakenings kept happening, maybe once or twice a week. They all followed the same pattern. I'd wake up, something would feel off, I'd realize I was dreaming, and then I'd wake up for real. Sometimes it would loop 2 or 3 times before I actually woke up. I tried researching it online and found out it's called false awakening syndrome. Apparently, it's not that uncommon, especially during periods of stress or major life changes. The article said it was harmless, just your brain getting confused during REM sleep. That made me feel better for a while. But then they started getting worse. About a year later, I had the experience that really messed me up. Sarah and I had broken up by then, not because of the dreams, just normal relationship stuff. I was seeing someone new, but casually. This particular night, I was alone in the apartment. I woke up around midnight. The room was dark, except for the glow from my phone charger. Everything seemed normal, but by then I'd learned to be suspicious. I had this mental checklist I'd run through. Check the clock, look around the room, try to remember what I'd done before going to bed. The clock said 12:03 a.m. I remembered watching Netflix until around 11, then brushing my teeth and going to bed. Nothing seemed out of place. But I had that feeling again, that wrongness. Like the air in the room was too thick, or the shadows were shaped differently than they should be. I sat up and looked around more carefully. That's when I noticed that my bedroom door was slightly open. I always sleep with the door closed and locked, old habit from living alone. But there it was, open just a crack, with darkness beyond. As I stared at the door, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone was trying to be quiet, but not quite succeeding. They stopped right outside my door. My blood went cold. This was definitely a dream. Had to be. But it felt so real that I found myself holding my breath, afraid to make any noise. The footsteps started again, and I heard my doorknob slowly turning. That's when I realized I was dreaming and decided to take control. I'd read about lucid dreaming online, the idea that if you know you're dreaming, you can change what happens. So I sat up straighter and said out loud, "This is a dream. I'm in control here." The footsteps stopped. I know this is a dream, I said louder, and I'm not playing along with whatever this is. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. The darkness beyond my door got thicker, more solid, like it was a living thing. Then I heard a voice from the hallway, a familiar voice that made my stomach clench. It was my ex-boyfriend from college. We'd dated for 2 years before things ended badly. He'd been emotionally manipulative, controlling, and toward the end, he'd started getting physical. The breakup had been messy and traumatic, and I'd spent months in therapy dealing with the aftermath. "Come on out here," his voice called from the hallway. "We need to talk." "Go away," I said. "You're not real. This is my dream, and I want you gone." I heard him laugh, that same cruel laugh he used to use when he thought I was being stupid or naive. "You think you're in control?" he said. "You think this is your dream?" The door swung open wider, and I could see his silhouette in the doorway. Tall, broad-shouldered, exactly like I remembered. But something about his posture was wrong. Too rigid, like he was a mannequin someone had posed. "If you don't want to play the game," he said, stepping into the room, "then get out." But his voice had changed. It started as his normal voice, but by the end of the sentence, it had dropped into this low, guttural growl that didn't sound human, like there was something with a different vocal structure trying to use human words. I wanted to wake up. I tried all the techniques I'd read about online, pinching myself, looking at my hands, trying to read something. But nothing worked. The dream held me tight, refusing to let me go. My ex kept moving closer, and I could see that his face was wrong too. It was his face, but the proportions were off, like someone had tried to recreate it from memory and gotten the details wrong. The eyes were too close together, the mouth too wide, the whole thing slightly asymmetrical. "What do you want?" I asked. He smiled, and his teeth were too sharp, too numerous, filling his mouth like a shark's. "I want you to stop fighting," he said in that awful growling voice. "Stop trying to wake up. Stop trying to take control. Just let it happen." "Let what happen?" But he didn't answer. He just kept coming closer, and I could smell something rotting, like meat that had been left out in the sun too long. I pressed myself against the wall, as far from him as I could get, and screamed as loud as I could. Not words, just a raw sound of terror and desperation. The scream seemed to tear something, like the dream was made of fabric and my voice was a knife cutting through it. I woke up in my bed, alone, at 3:37 a.m. according to my clock, but the terror didn't fade like it usually did. This time, it felt like something had followed me out of the dream. The air in my room felt heavy and watched. I got up and checked my front door. It was closed and locked, just like I'd left it. But for the rest of the night, I kept hearing sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, my doorknob turning, whispers coming from the walls. In the morning, I told myself it had all been part of the dream. But deep down, I knew something had changed. Something had noticed me noticing it, and it wasn't happy about it. That's when the really bad phase started. Over the next few months, the false awakenings became a nightly occurrence. Sometimes it would happen 5 or 6 times in one night. I'd wake up, realize I was dreaming, try to take control, and then get punished for it. The dreams started featuring people from my real life. My mom, my dad, my sister, friends from high school, co-workers. But they were all wrong versions, like someone had made copies based on old photographs. They'd appear in my bedroom with hostile energy, surrounding my bed, whispering things I couldn't quite understand. The worst part was that I started losing track of what was real. I'd wake up, or think I'd woken up, and lie there for hours, afraid to move, because I couldn't trust that I was actually awake. Sometimes I'd get up, use the bathroom, make coffee, start getting ready for work, only to wake up again in bed. Other times, I'd lie motionless for hours, convinced I was still dreaming, only to realize I'd been awake the whole time, and was now late for work. The boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred. I'd be at work and suddenly question whether I was actually there or just dreaming about being there. I'd be talking to a friend and wonder if they were the real person or a dream version. I started hearing things during the day that I'd heard in the dreams. Footsteps when no one was there. My name being called from empty rooms. The sound of my doorknob turning when I was the only one in the apartment. I went to a doctor thinking maybe I had a sleep disorder or something neurological. She referred me to a sleep specialist who had me do an overnight study. But of course that night, I slept normally. No false awakenings, no weird dreams. The test results came back completely normal. The sleep doctor suggested it might be stress-related and recommended I see a therapist. I did, and talking about it helped a little. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a psychological issue. Something was actively messing with me, keeping me trapped in these loops. The breaking point came about 6 months after it all started. I'd been having false awakenings every night for 2 weeks straight. I was exhausted, paranoid, barely functional at work. My friends and family were starting to worry about me, but I couldn't explain what was happening without sounding crazy. That night, the night I'll never forget, started like all the others. I went to bed around 11, exhausted but dreading sleep. I must have drifted off around midnight. I woke up at 1:15 a.m. The room was dark, and I immediately felt that familiar wrongness. By this point, I'd developed a routine for these situations. I'd lie perfectly still, scan the room with my eyes, and try to spot what was different. Tonight, the difference was subtle. My bedroom door was closed, like always, but there was light coming from underneath it. Not much, just a thin line of yellowish light, like someone had left a lamp on in the hallway. I knew I hadn't left any lights on. I lived in a studio apartment. There was no hallway, just the main room and a tiny bathroom. The light couldn't be coming from anywhere. I heard footsteps outside the door. Multiple sets of footsteps, moving slowly and deliberately. They sounded heavy, like several people were walking around my apartment. Then came the voices, quiet at first, like people having a conversation in the next room. But gradually, they got louder, and I started to recognize them. My mom's voice. "He's in there. I know he's in there." My dad. "Should we knock?" My sister. "Just try the door." A friend from college. "Maybe he's sleeping." Sarah's voice. "He's not sleeping. He's pretending." More voices joined in. Relatives, friends, co-workers, people I hadn't thought about in years. All of them discussing me like I wasn't there, like I was some kind of problem they needed to solve. The doorknob started turning, slowly, quietly, like someone was trying not to wake me up. I wanted to wake up. I tried everything, pinching myself, biting my tongue, trying to move my real body. But nothing worked. I was stuck in this dream, forced to watch my door slowly open. The light from the hallway got brighter as the door opened, impossibly bright, like staring into the sun. And silhouetted against that light were figures, lots of them. A crowd of people I knew, all standing in a hallway that shouldn't exist, looking into my room. They started filing in one by one. My mom came first, but her face was wrong. Too pale, eyes too wide, mouth slightly open like she was having trouble breathing. Then my dad, walking stiffly like his joints didn't work properly. Then my sister, my friends, Sarah, my ex, people I'd worked with, people I'd gone to school with. They formed a circle around my bed, all staring down at me with those wrong, empty expressions. Nobody spoke, but I could feel their hostility, like heat radiating off their bodies. I tried to speak, to ask what they wanted, but my voice wouldn't work. I tried to move, but my body felt paralyzed. Then my mom leaned down close to my face. Her breath smelled like chemicals, like formaldehyde. "Stop fighting," she whispered. "Just let it happen." "Let what happen?" I managed to croak. She smiled, but it wasn't my mum's smile. It was that same mechanical, wrong smile I'd seen on Dream Sarah's face. "You know what?" she said. "You've always known." The circle of people started moving closer, pressing in around the bed. The light from the hallway was getting brighter and brighter, washing everything out until I couldn't see their faces anymore, just the outlines of their bodies. "Stop fighting," they all said in unison. "Just let it happen." I tried to scream, but the sound got swallowed up by that impossible light. I felt like I was being pulled apart, like something was trying to tear my consciousness away from my body. That's when I did something I'd never done before in one of these dreams. Instead of trying to wake up, instead of trying to take control, I stopped fighting. I relaxed completely and let whatever was happening just happen. The moment I stopped resisting, everything changed. The light dimmed, the crowd of wrong people faded away. The room returned to normal darkness, but I wasn't in my bed anymore. I was standing in the middle of my apartment, looking down at my own body lying in bed. I could see myself sleeping peacefully, breathing normally. I looked empty, like nobody was home. And that's when I understood. This wasn't just false awakening syndrome. Something had been trying to separate me from my body, trying to keep my consciousness trapped in dreams while it did something to my physical form. I looked around the apartment and saw them. Shadows that moved independently of any light source. Dark shapes that scurried along the walls and ceiling like insects. And in the corner, barely visible, something tall and wrong that might have been watching this whole thing. I tried to get back to my body, to dive back into it like diving into water. But the shadows moved to block me. They formed a wall between me and my sleeping form, keeping me locked out. That's when I started screaming again. Not with my voice, I didn't have one in this state, but with everything I had. Every bit of will and terror and desperation. The scream tore through whatever was holding this place together. The shadows scattered. The tall thing in the corner dissolved like smoke. And I felt myself snapping back into my body like a rubber band. I woke up for real at 5:43 a.m. I was lying in exactly the same position I'd seen my body in during the dream. My heart was racing, and I was covered in sweat, but I was back. The strange thing is, from that night on, the false awakenings stopped completely. Just stopped. Like whatever had been causing them gave up and moved on to someone else. But I still don't sleep well. Because even though the dreams are gone, I can't shake the feeling that something was trying to steal my body that night. That if I hadn't fought back at exactly the right moment, I would have woken up as a passenger in my own life, watching helplessly as something else lived in my skin. Sometimes I catch myself in mirrors and have to look twice to make sure my reflection is moving the way it should. Sometimes I hear my own voice saying things I don't remember deciding to say. And sometimes late at night, I still hear footsteps in hallways that don't exist and voices discussing me like I'm not really here. I moved out of that apartment 6 months later. I live in a different city now, in a bright, modern place with good locks and no history. But the fear followed me, because I know now that there are things out there that want what we have, our bodies, our lives, our consciousness. And they're patient enough to spend months wearing us down, confusing us, making us doubt our own perceptions until we're too tired to fight back. The worst part is, I'm not even sure I really escaped. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still lying in that bed in Eugene, dreaming that I got away while something else lives my life in the waking world. But I guess I'll never know for sure. And maybe that's the most terrifying thing of all. Story 4. I've been hesitant to share this story for most of my life because honestly, who's going to believe a 6-year-old's account of something supernatural? But I'm 32 now, and I still remember every single detail of that night like it happened yesterday. Sometimes I wish I could forget it, but the image is burned into my brain so clearly that I can close my eyes and be right back in that bedroom in Joliet, Illinois. This happened when I was 6 years old, back in 1997. My family had just moved into this small duplex on the south side of Joliet. It wasn't much. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living room that barely fit our old couch and my dad's recliner. The whole place felt cramped, but it was what we could afford after my dad lost his job at the factory. My bedroom was the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, just big enough for my twin bed, a small dresser, and this massive wooden wardrobe that came with the house. The wardrobe was old and dark, made of some heavy wood that was almost black with age. It took up most of the corner where the 2 walls met, stretching from floor to ceiling. The thing was probably built in the 1940s or 50s, back when people actually used wardrobes instead of closets. I hated that wardrobe from day one. There was something about it that creeped me out. Maybe the way it loomed over my bed, or how the wood creaked and settled at night, making sounds like someone was moving around inside it. My parents thought I was just being a scared little kid, adjusting to the new house. They kept telling me it was just a piece of furniture, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The night everything happened was a Tuesday in late October. I remember because it was getting close to Halloween, and all the kids at school were talking about costumes and trick-or-treating. I'd gone to bed around 8 o'clock like usual, after watching some cartoons with my mom and dad. I'd been asleep for a few hours when something woke me up. I don't know what it was, maybe a sound, or just that feeling kids get when something's not right. The room was dark, except for a little bit of light coming in through the window from the street lamp outside. It was enough to see the shapes of my furniture, but everything looked different in the darkness, bigger, more threatening. I rolled over and looked at my alarm clock. The red numbers said 12:23 a.m., way past my bedtime, definitely the middle of the night. I was about to close my eyes and try to go back to sleep when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There was someone sitting on top of the wardrobe. At first I thought I was seeing things. Maybe it was just shadows playing tricks on me, or clothes that had been left on top of the wardrobe somehow. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see it clearly. There was definitely a person up there, crouched on top of that massive piece of furniture, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The figure was positioned like a gargoyle. You know those stone statues you see on old buildings? Knees drawn up, arms wrapped around the legs, hunched over in a crouch. But this wasn't stone. This was a person, and they were staring directly at me. My first thought was that it had to be my dad. Who else could it be? Maybe he was playing some kind of prank on me, or maybe he'd climbed up there to fix something and had gotten stuck. It seemed weird, but at 6 years old, your parents can do pretty much anything as far as you're concerned. I remember actually giggling a little bit. The whole situation struck me as funny. My dad perched up on the wardrobe like some kind of bird. I whispered as quietly as I could, not wanting to wake up my mum. "Dad, what are you doing up there?" The figure didn't respond. Didn't move at all, actually. Just kept staring at me with what I assumed were my dad's eyes. In the dim light, I couldn't make out facial features clearly, but I could see the general shape of a head, shoulders, arms, and legs. I whispered a little louder, "Dad, are you okay?" Still nothing, no movement, no response, just that steady, unwavering stare. That's when I started to feel uneasy. My dad wasn't the type to ignore me, especially if I was talking to him in the middle of the night. He would have answered, or at least acknowledged that he heard me. And the more I looked at the figure, the more something seemed off about it. For one thing, the proportions didn't look quite right. The figure seemed too tall, too thin. And the way it was balanced on top of that wardrobe didn't make sense. The top of the wardrobe was maybe 8 inches deep, barely enough room for a person to crouch on, let alone maintain that kind of perfect balance. I sat up in bed to get a better look, and that's when I heard it. The sound that made my blood run cold and confirmed that whoever was on top of my wardrobe, it definitely wasn't my dad. I could hear my father snoring in the next room. The walls in that duplex were thin, and my dad was a loud snorer. When he really got going, you could hear him through the walls, the low rumbling sound of air moving through his nose and throat. And there it was, clear as day, coming from my parents' bedroom on the other side of the wall. My dad was in bed, asleep, snoring away, which meant the thing crouched on top of my wardrobe was someone else entirely. Terror hit me like a physical force. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Who was in my room? How had they gotten in? What did they want? I wanted to scream, but I was too scared to make any noise. Part of me thought maybe if I stayed really still and quiet, whoever it was wouldn't notice that I was awake. Maybe they'd just go away. But the figure kept staring at me. I could feel those eyes boring into me, even though I couldn't see them clearly in the darkness. It was like being watched by a predator, that instinctive knowledge that something dangerous has you in its sights. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me frozen in my bed, the figure motionless on the wardrobe. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. Time moves differently when you're terrified. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I was 6 years old, scared out of my mind, and I needed my mum. Without taking my eyes off the figure, I started to raise my hand to point at it. I wanted to be able to show my mom exactly where the intruder was when she woke up. The moment I lifted my arm, my mom stirred in the next room. I don't know if it was coincidence or if she somehow sensed that I needed her, but I heard her moving around, the creak of bed springs as she shifted position. "Mom," I whispered as loudly as I dared. "Mom, wake up." I heard her feet hit the floor in the next room, then the soft sound of her padding across the floor. A few seconds later, she appeared in my doorway, silhouetted against the dim light from the hallway. "What's wrong, honey?" she said in that groggy voice parents get when they're woken up in the middle of the night. "Mom, there's someone on my wardrobe," I said, pointing directly at the figure. "It's not Dad." "Dad's sleeping." I expected her to tell me I was just having a nightmare or that I was seeing shadows. Instead, she followed my pointing finger with her eyes, looking directly at the top of the wardrobe. What happened next is seared into my memory forever. My mom's face changed completely. I mean completely. 1 second she looked tired and confused, like any parent dealing with a scared kid in the middle of the night. The next second, her expression shifted to something I'd never seen before and haven't seen since. Pure, undiluted terror. Her eyes went wide, her mouth fell open slightly, and all the color drained from her face. She looked like she'd seen a ghost, which, thinking about it now, maybe she had. She stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the top of the wardrobe with that awful expression on her face. I followed her gaze and saw that the figure was still there, still in that same crouched position, still staring at us both. Then my mum whispered, in a voice so quiet I almost didn't hear her, "That's not your father." The way she said it sent chills down my spine. There was no doubt in her voice, no confusion. She could see exactly what I was seeing, and she knew it wasn't my dad. What happened next happened so fast I almost couldn't follow it. My mom lunged for the light switch, practically diving across the room to reach it. The second, and I mean the exact second, her finger hit that switch and the overhead light blazed on. The figure moved. It didn't climb down from the wardrobe. It didn't jump or fall. It shot straight up into the air like it had been fired from a cannon. One moment it was crouched on top of the wardrobe, the next moment it was gone, vanished into the corner where the wardrobe met the ceiling. I'm not talking about someone jumping up and grabbing onto something or climbing quickly. This thing moved straight up through the air with impossible speed, like gravity didn't apply to it. And when it reached the corner of the ceiling, it just disappeared, like it had passed through solid matter. The whole thing took maybe half a second. Blink and you would have missed it. But I didn't blink. I saw the whole thing, and so did my mom. She rushed over to my bed and grabbed me, pulling me against her chest so tight I could barely breathe. Her heart was beating just as fast as mine, and I could feel her hands shaking as she held me. "It's okay," she kept saying over and over. "It's okay, it's gone, it's okay." But I could tell from her voice that she didn't think it was okay at all. We stayed like that for a long time, her holding me while I stared at the corner where the thing had disappeared. The room looked completely normal now, with the lights on. Just my bedroom, my furniture, my toys scattered around the floor. The wardrobe looked like what it was, an old piece of furniture, nothing more, but I couldn't shake the image of that figure crouched on top of it. The perfect balance, the unnatural stillness, the way it had been staring at me with such intensity, and the way it had moved when the lights came on, that wasn't human movement. That was something else entirely. After a while, my dad appeared in the doorway, rubbing his eyes and looking confused. "What's going on?" he asked. "Why are all the lights on?" My mom looked at me, then back at my dad. I could see her trying to figure out how to explain what we'd just witnessed. "He thought he saw someone in his room," she said finally, "on top of the wardrobe." My dad looked at the wardrobe, then at me. "Just a nightmare, buddy," he said. "Sometimes shadows can look like people when you're half asleep." But my mom didn't agree. She didn't say anything, but I could see in her eyes that she knew it hadn't been a nightmare or shadows. She'd seen the same thing I had. That night, I slept in my parents' bed between them. My mom said it was just for one night, to help me feel safe, but I could tell she was just as shaken as I was. Every time I started to drift off, I'd feel her tense up, like she was listening for sounds or watching for movement. The next morning at breakfast, my mom brought up something that I'd never heard before. "You know," she said, stirring her coffee and not quite looking at me, "your grandfather died about a year before you were born. My dad. He never got to meet you." I knew about my grandfather, of course. I'd seen pictures and my mum talked about him sometimes, but she'd never connected him to anything supernatural before. "Maybe," she continued, "maybe that was him last night. Maybe he was just checking on you, watching over you." The way she said it, I could tell she was trying to convince herself as much as me. Like if she could turn what we'd seen into something benevolent, something protective, then it wouldn't be so terrifying. "Grandfathers do that sometimes," she added, "even after they're gone. They look after their grandchildren." I wanted to believe her. I really did. The idea that my grandfather was somehow watching over me was comforting, much better than thinking some unknown entity had been in my room. But even at 6 years old, something about that explanation didn't sit right with me. If it was my grandfather, why had he been crouched on the wardrobe like a gargoyle? Why hadn't he looked like a person? Why had my mom been so terrified when she saw him? And why had he fled the moment the lights came on? Wouldn't a loving grandfather want to be seen? Wouldn't he want to comfort me, not crouch in the shadows staring at me with unblinking eyes? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that whatever I'd seen that night, it hadn't felt protective or benevolent. It had felt predatory, like something hunting, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. My mom never brought up the incident again after that morning. If I tried to talk about it, she'd change the subject or tell me it was just a dream. But I noticed that she started checking on me more often at night, always turning on the light when she came into my room, and she never looked directly at the wardrobe when she did. We moved out of that duplex 3 months later. My mum said it was because my dad found a better job, but I always wondered if it had more to do with what we'd seen that night. The new house didn't have any wardrobes, just built-in closets with sliding doors that couldn't hide anything on top of them. I'm an adult now, with kids of my own, and I still think about that night constantly. I've tried to rationalize it, to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was a burglar who'd somehow gotten onto the roof and was trying to break in through the ceiling. Maybe it was some kind of optical illusion created by shadows and a 6-year-old's imagination. But I can't explain away what my mom saw. She was an adult, fully awake, and she saw the same thing I did. Her reaction was immediate and visceral, pure fear. That wasn't the reaction of someone looking at shadows or trick lighting, and I can't explain how the figure moved. The way it shot straight up into the air defied physics. No person, no matter how athletic, could have moved that way. Over the years, I've done some research into the history of that duplex. I found out that it was built in 1943 and that several families had lived there over the decades. I tried to find out if anyone had died in the house or if there had been any reports of unusual activity, but I didn't find anything conclusive. What I did find was unsettling, though. I talked to a few people who had lived in the neighborhood for a long time, and more than one of them mentioned that the duplex had a reputation. Families didn't tend to stay there very long, they said. People would move in and then move out after a few months, often without explanation. One elderly neighbor told me something that made my blood run cold. She said that back in the 1960s, a family with young children had lived in our unit. One morning, the parents found their 5-year-old son standing on his bed, pointing at the corner of his room and crying. When they asked what was wrong, he said there was a shadow man who watched him sleep. The family moved out 2 weeks later. I never told my wife the full story of what happened in that duplex. I've given her the basic outline, that I saw something scary when I was a kid. But I've never described the details. I'm not sure she'd believe me, and honestly, I'm not sure I want her to. Because if she believed me, she might start wondering what else is out there in the dark, watching from places we can't see. She might start checking on our kids more often at night, looking for shadows that move wrong or figures that crouch in impossible places. And I don't want her to live with that fear. I don't want anyone to live with it. But sometimes, when I'm putting my own kids to bed, I find myself checking the corners of their rooms more carefully than I probably should. I make sure their closet doors are closed, their night lights are working, their bedroom doors are open so I can hear them if they call out, because I know now that there are things in this world that we don't understand. Things that watch us from the shadows, that exist in the spaces between what we can see and what we can't. Things that crouch like gargoyles on our furniture and disappear when the lights come on. And whatever was on top of my wardrobe that night, I don't think it was my grandfather looking out for me. I think it was something else entirely, something that had found its way into our home and was studying me, learning about me, waiting for something. I never found out what it was waiting for. The lights came on, and it fled, and I never saw it again. But I still wonder sometimes what would have happened if my mum hadn't woken up. What would have happened if the lights had stayed off, and that thing had finished whatever it came there to do. I guess I'll never know. And maybe that's for the best. Story 5. I need to tell someone about what happened to me 2 years ago in Asheville, North Carolina. I've been avoiding talking about it because I'm still not sure what it was, and honestly, I'm scared that if I think about it too much, it might start happening again. But it's been eating at me, and I can't shake the feeling that I need to get this out there, maybe as a warning to someone else. I was 25 at the time, working at a local bookstore and trying to figure out my life like most people in their mid-20s. I'd moved to Asheville because I'd heard it was a cool, artsy town, cheaper than Charlotte or Raleigh, with good hiking and a decent music scene. I found this apartment above a coffee shop called Mountain Brew on Marmon Avenue, right in the heart of downtown. The apartment was nothing special. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a tiny kitchen that barely fit a table for 2, but it was affordable. And my roommate was this guy I'd met through Craigslist, who seemed normal enough. He worked nights at a hotel doing security, so our schedules didn't overlap much, which worked out fine for both of us. The coffee shop downstairs was actually pretty convenient. I could smell the espresso and pastries every morning, and the owner let me grab coffee at a discount since I lived upstairs. The only downside was that the place got busy, especially on weekends, so there was always noise during the day. But I'm not someone who needs perfect quiet to function, so it didn't bother me much. The building itself was old, probably built in the 1920s or 30s. You could tell by the way the floors creaked when you walked across them, and how the walls seemed thin enough that you could hear conversations from the neighboring apartments. The electrical system was definitely outdated. Outlets that didn't always work, lights that flickered sometimes, that sort of thing. But again, it was cheap, and I wasn't expecting luxury. The first time it happened was in early September, about 3 months after I'd moved in. I'd had a normal day at work, came home, made dinner, watched some Netflix. I went to bed around 11 o'clock, feeling tired but relaxed. Nothing unusual at all. I was lying there in that drowsy state right before you fall asleep. You know that feeling where your mind starts to drift and your body gets heavy? That's when it hit me. It felt like someone had stuck a live electrical wire against my spine. Not painful exactly, but sharp and intense, like every nerve in my body fired at once. My whole body jerked violently, like I'd been hit with a defibrillator. The sensation lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds, then stopped completely. I was instantly wide awake, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling. What the hell was that? I'd never experienced anything like it. It reminded me of those hypnic jerks that everyone gets sometimes, where you feel like you're falling and your body jumps. But this was different, way more intense, and it didn't feel like falling. It felt electrical. I lay there for probably an hour trying to figure out what had happened. Maybe I'd eaten something weird. Maybe I was getting sick. I eventually convinced myself it was just some random body glitch and managed to fall asleep. But it happened again, 3 days later. Same thing. I was drifting off to sleep when that electrical wave shot through my body, making me convulse like I'd been shocked. Again, I was instantly alert, heart racing, completely unable to sleep for the next hour. Over the next few weeks, it started happening more frequently. Maybe once or twice a week, always right as I was falling asleep. And it was always the same, that sharp electric feeling shooting through my nervous system, my body jerking uncontrollably, then immediate hyper-awareness. What made it really disturbing was how alert I became afterward. It wasn't just that I couldn't sleep. It was like my senses had been turned up to 11. I could hear every tiny sound in the apartment. The refrigerator humming, the building settling, cars passing on the street. Every shadow in my room seemed more defined, more solid. Even the texture of my sheets felt more intense against my skin. It was like being yanked out of sleep into some kind of supercharged state of consciousness. And it felt wrong, like my body wasn't supposed to be experiencing that level of awareness. I started dreading bedtime. I'd lie there waiting for it to happen, tensing up every time I felt myself starting to drift off, which, of course, made it harder to fall asleep in the first place. I was caught in this horrible cycle where I was exhausted but afraid to let myself relax. I went to a doctor after about a month of this. She asked all the usual questions. Was I stressed? Was I drinking too much caffeine? Had I changed any medications? I told her about the electrical sensations, and she suggested it might be restless leg syndrome or some kind of sleep disorder. She referred me to a sleep specialist, but the earliest appointment I could get was 3 months out. The sleep episodes kept getting worse. By November, it was happening almost every night, sometimes multiple times in a row. I'd finally start to drift off, get hit with that electrical wave, snap awake. Then 20 minutes later, when I tried to sleep again, it would happen again. The worst part was that I started to feel like I wasn't alone during those episodes. In those hyper-aware moments right after the shock, when every sense was cranked up to maximum sensitivity, I had this overwhelming feeling that something else was in the room with me. Not seeing anything, not hearing anything specific, but just this bone-deep certainty that I wasn't by myself. My roommate started to notice something was wrong. He'd come home from his night shifts and find me sitting in the living room at 3 or 4 in the morning, drinking coffee and looking like hell. When he asked what was up, I tried to explain about the electrical sensations, but I could tell he thought I was just stressed or maybe having panic attacks. That changed in December. The night that really messed me up happened on a Wednesday, December 15th. I remember the date because it was exactly a week before I was supposed to fly home for Christmas, and I was already anxious about traveling while dealing with whatever was happening to me. I'd had a particularly bad few days. The electrical episodes were happening more frequently, sometimes 3 or 4 times a night. I was barely sleeping, running on coffee and adrenaline. I looked like a zombie, dark circles under my eyes, pale skin, hands shaking from exhaustion and too much caffeine. That Wednesday, I decided to try something different. Instead of going to bed at my usual time, I stayed up until I was absolutely exhausted. I figured maybe if I was tired enough, I'd fall into deep sleep quickly and avoid that dangerous drifting off period where the episodes seemed to happen. I stayed up until almost 2 in the morning, reading and watching TV until my eyelids were heavy and I could barely keep my head up. Then I went to bed, confident that I'd pass out immediately. I was wrong. I lay down, closed my eyes, and started to drift off. Within minutes, that familiar electrical wave shot through my body. But this time, it was stronger than it had ever been before, way stronger. It felt like someone had grabbed my nervous system and squeezed it like a fist. My whole body arched off the bed, every muscle contracting at once. The hyper-awareness that followed was intense beyond anything I'd experienced before. I could hear the individual springs in my mattress creaking. I could hear conversations from apartments 3 buildings away. The shadows on my wall looked so sharp and defined, they might as well have been painted there. But the worst part was the feeling of presence. It wasn't just that I felt like someone else was in the room. It felt like someone else was in my body. Like something had passed through me during that electrical surge and left traces of itself behind. I tried to shake off the feeling and go back to sleep. About 20 minutes later, just as I was starting to relax, it happened again. Same electrical shock, same convulsion, but even stronger this time. The sensation was so intense that I actually cried out, a short yelp of surprise and fear. This time, the hyper-awareness was accompanied by a strange tingling sensation all over my skin, like tiny needles pricking every inch of my body. But the tingling wasn't on the surface. It felt deeper, like it was coming from inside my bones. I was lying there, trying to process what was happening when I heard my roommate's voice from the living room. "Dude, you okay in there?" I realized he must have heard me cry out. I called back that I was fine, just had a muscle cramp or something. But I wasn't fine. I was terrified. Whatever was happening to me was getting worse, and I had no idea what to do about it. I waited another 20 minutes, hoping that would be it for the night. But as soon as I started to drift off again, it happened a 3rd time. This one was the worst yet. The electrical sensation was so intense, it felt like every nerve in my body was on fire. My back arched so violently that I thought I might hurt myself. And the convulsion lasted longer, at least 5 or 6 seconds of my entire body spasming uncontrollably. When it stopped, I was left gasping like I'd just run a marathon. My heart was beating so fast I could feel it in my throat. The tingling sensation was stronger too, concentrated in my chest and arms, like thousands of tiny needles working their way through my muscles. But the really terrifying part was what happened to my breathing. My chest felt heavy, like someone was sitting on it. Each breath was a struggle, like the air in my lungs was thicker than it should be. I lay there gasping, genuinely wondering if I was having a heart attack or stroke. The hyper-awareness was overwhelming. I could hear my roommate moving around in his room on the other side of the apartment. I could hear the people in the apartment upstairs shifting in their sleep. I could hear the coffee shop's refrigeration units cycling on and off downstairs. Every sound was crystal clear and seemed unnaturally loud. And through it all, that feeling of presence was stronger than ever. It didn't feel like something was with me in the room. It felt like something was with me in my body, Like during that electrical surge, something had passed through me and gotten tangled up with my nervous system. I lay there for hours, afraid to close my eyes, afraid to move, afraid to do anything that might trigger another episode. My chest kept feeling heavy, and occasionally I'd get these little aftershocks, brief moments where that tingling sensation would flare up in my arms or legs. Around 5 in the morning, I heard my roommate getting up to go to work. I listened to him moving around the apartment, getting dressed, making coffee. Part of me wanted to call out to him, to ask him to stay home, but I didn't know how to explain what was happening without sounding crazy. When I heard the front door close behind him, I finally got up. I went to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. I looked awful, pale, sweaty, dark circles under my eyes. But what really scared me was my pupils. They were dilated, like I was on some kind of drug. I spent the rest of the morning researching my symptoms online. Most of what I found pointed to sleep disorders, anxiety, or neurological issues, but none of the descriptions quite matched what I was experiencing. The electrical sensations, the convulsions, the hyper-awareness. It was like my symptoms were taking pieces from different conditions without fitting neatly into any one category. When my roommate came home the next evening, he found me sitting at our kitchen table, still looking like hell. "Man, you look terrible," he said. "What's going on? You sick?" I tried to explain about the electrical episodes, the convulsions, the feeling like something was passing through me. I expected him to suggest I see a doctor or maybe hint that I was having some kind of breakdown. Instead, he got this weird look on his face. "Oh," he said, "that? What do you mean, that?" He sat down across from me and was quiet for a minute, like he was trying to figure out how to say something. "I've been hearing you at night," he said finally. "The past few weeks, it sounds like, I don't know how to describe it, like something's happening to you." "What do you mean?" "It's hard to explain. Sometimes I hear this sound from your room, like a sharp intake of breath or a gasp. And then there's this period of silence, like dead silence, like you're not breathing at all. And then I hear you moving around, tossing and turning for hours." My stomach dropped. "How long has this been going on?" "A couple months, maybe." I wasn't sure if I should say anything. I figured you were having nightmares or something. Have you seen anything when it's happening?" He looked uncomfortable. "A couple times I've checked on you." The door was cracked open, and I could see into your room, and it looked like... This is going to sound weird, but it looked like something was passing through you. The hair on my arms stood up. "What do you mean?" "I mean like there was this shadow, or this distortion in the air moving across your body, like heat waves but darker. And you were completely still, not breathing, and then suddenly you'd gasp and start moving around. I felt like I was going to throw up. Someone else had seen it. Whatever was happening to me wasn't just in my head." "How many times have you seen this?" I asked. 3 or 4 times. Always between like 2 and 4 in the morning. And always the same thing. You go completely still, there's this shadow thing moving over you, and then you suddenly wake up." We sat there in silence for a few minutes. I didn't know what to say. My roommate had just confirmed my worst fear, that something was actually happening to me, something external, something that other people could observe. "What do you think it is?" I asked finally. He shrugged. "I don't know, man. I'm not really into paranormal stuff, but it definitely doesn't look normal. That night I didn't even try to sleep. I sat up in bed with the lights on, drinking coffee and staring at the walls. Every time I felt my eyelids getting heavy, I'd force myself to stay awake. I was terrified of what might happen if I let myself drift off. Around 4 in the morning, exhaustion finally won. I must have dozed off sitting up, because the next thing I knew, it was 9:30 and sunlight was streaming through my window. I'd made it through the night without an episode, but I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. That was the last time it happened. Just like that, the electrical episode stopped completely. No more convulsions, no more hyper-awareness, no more feeling like something was passing through me. It was like whatever had been messing with me had just gotten bored and moved on. But I never felt safe sleeping in that apartment again. I'd lie awake, listening for any sign that it was coming back, a change in the air pressure, a shift in the shadows, that electrical feeling starting to build in my nervous system. I became obsessed with the idea that it was still there, waiting for the right moment to return. I moved out 3 months later, told my roommate I'd found a better place, but really I just couldn't handle living there anymore. Every night in that apartment felt like I was waiting for something to attack me in my sleep. I've never experienced anything like those electrical episodes since leaving Asheville. I sleep normally now, no convulsions, no hyper-awareness, no feeling like something else is sharing my body. But I still think about it constantly. What was passing through me during those episodes? Where did it come from, and why did it stop? My roommate and I stayed in touch for a while after I moved out. About 6 months later, he mentioned that the new tenant in my old room was having trouble sleeping, kept complaining about electrical problems in the apartment, saying the lights flickered and he was getting shocked by outlets. But when an electrician came to check, everything tested normal. I never told my roommate about that conversation I'd had with the new tenant. I never told him that part of me wondered if whatever had been happening to me was still there, still looking for someone to pass through. Because here's what really scares me. What if it wasn't random? What if something in that building, or that room, or that specific location was drawing these things? What if I was just the first person sensitive enough to feel it happening? I still live in North Carolina, but in a different city now. I've never been back to Asheville, never driven down Marmon Avenue, never walked past that coffee shop. I'm terrified of what I might feel if I got too close to that place again. And sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I wonder if it's still there, still waiting in that room above the coffee shop, looking for someone else to pass through. Still learning, still growing stronger, still figuring out how to use human nervous systems for whatever it is that it needs. I hope I never find out. Story 6. I've been carrying this story around for most of my adult life, and I still get chills every time I think about it. It's not even my story, really. It's something my mother witnessed when she was just 8 years old back in Lowell, Massachusetts. But the way she told it to me, the way her voice would change whenever she brought it up, made it feel like I'd been there myself. My mom passed away 3 years ago, and going through her things, I found this old photo album with pictures from her childhood neighborhood. There was this one photo that stopped me cold. A group of neighborhood kids standing in front of some row houses, and in the background you could see this woman on a porch. My mom had written on the back in her careful handwriting, "Mrs. Ali," before. That's when I knew I had to tell this story, because what my mother saw that woman go through in a single night still doesn't make sense to me even decades later. This happened in late 1968, right at the height of the Vietnam War. My mom was living with her parents and 2 younger brothers on Merrimack Street in Lowell, in one of those triple-decker houses that were common in Massachusetts mill towns. The neighborhood was mostly working-class families, Portuguese, Irish, some Polish immigrants who'd come over after the war. Everyone knew everyone else's business, which could be annoying, but it also meant people looked out for each other. Mrs. Ali lived 3 houses down with her 3 kids. Her husband had died in a construction accident a few years earlier, so she was raising them alone on his pension and whatever she could make taking in sewing. The 2 girls were maybe 4 and 6 years old, but her oldest was a boy named David, who'd graduated high school in 1967 and gotten drafted almost immediately. My mom always said Mrs. Ali was one of the prettiest women on the street. She was maybe 35 years old, with dark hair that she kept in a neat bob, and these bright green eyes that seemed to light up when she smiled. She had this way of moving that my mom described as graceful, like she'd been a dancer or something before she became a mother. Even though money was tight, she always kept herself and her kids looking nice. Their little front yard was the best maintained on the block, with flowers she'd planted herself and a small vegetable garden. But from the day David shipped out to Vietnam in March of '68, something changed in Mrs. Ali. My mom said it was like watching someone slowly deflate. She'd always been social, chatting with neighbors over the fence, letting the kids play in her yard. After David left, she became obsessed with the mail. Every morning at exactly 10:15, Mrs. Ali would come out onto her front porch and wait for the mailman. She'd stand there with her arms crossed, shifting her weight from foot to foot, watching the street like her life depended on it. When Mr. Peterson, the mail carrier, would come down the block, she'd practically run to meet him at the gate. My mum could see all this from their kitchen window, and she said it became part of the daily routine. Her own mother would point it out. "There's Mrs. Ali waiting for news about David again." Sometimes Mrs. Ali would get a letter, and you could see the relief wash over her entire body as she tore it open right there on the sidewalk. Other days, when there was nothing, she'd stand there for a few minutes staring at the empty mailbox like she could will a letter to appear. The worst part was the smoking. Mrs. Ali had never smoked before David left. My mom was sure of that because her own father was a heavy smoker and she knew what it looked like. But sometime in the summer, Mrs. Ali started spending her evenings on the front porch with a cigarette, just sitting there staring off into the distance. She'd light one, smoke it down to the filter, then immediately light another one. My mom said you could set your watch by it. Every evening around 7 o'clock, Mrs. Ali would come out with a pack of Marlboros and an ashtray, settle into the wicker chair on her porch, and just smoke and stare. She'd stay out there until it got dark, going through maybe half a pack each night. The two little girls would press their faces against the window, watching their mother, but she seemed completely unaware they were there. By October, the whole neighborhood was worried about her. She'd lost weight, enough that her clothes hung loose on her frame. Her neat bob had grown out and was often messy, like she'd forgotten to brush it. The bright green eyes that had made her so pretty now had dark circles underneath them, and she'd developed this nervous habit of touching her neck and throat while she waited for the mail. But the thing that really scared my mum was how Mrs. Ali had started talking to herself. Not loud enough for anyone to hear the words, but you could see her lips moving as she stood at the mailbox or sat smoking on the porch. Sometimes she'd shake her head violently, like she was arguing with someone only she could see. The day everything changed was November 18th, 1968. My mom remembered the date exactly because it was her father's birthday, and they'd been planning a small family dinner. She'd gotten home from school around 3:30 and was helping her mother make a cake when they heard this commotion from down the street. Mrs. Ali was in her front yard, pulling dead flowers out of her garden beds with frantic energy. But she wasn't just weeding. She was tearing up everything, dead plants and live ones alike, throwing dirt and roots everywhere. Her hands were filthy, her hair was falling in her face, and she was muttering continuously under her breath. My mom's mother sent her over with a plate of cookies, figuring it might be a way to check on Mrs. Ali without seeming nosy. When my mom got to the fence, she called out, but Mrs. Ali didn't seem to hear her. She was completely focused on destroying her garden, digging up plants with her bare hands and throwing them in a pile. Finally, my mom opened the gate and walked up closer. That's when she could hear what Mrs. Ali was saying. "He's fine, he's fine, he has to be fine. He's fine, he's fine, he has to be fine." She was repeating it like a prayer or a chant over and over again while her hands worked frantically in the dirt. When my mom got close enough to touch her shoulder, Mrs. Ali finally looked up. My mom said it was like looking at a completely different person. Mrs. Ali's eyes were red-rimmed and wild, darting around like she couldn't focus on anything. Her face was streaked with dirt and tears, and there was this desperate expression that my mom had never seen on an adult before. "Is David okay?" my mom asked. because that seemed like the only thing that mattered. Mrs. Ali grabbed my mom's shoulders with her dirty hands and stared into her face with such intensity that it scared her. "He has to be okay," she said, and her voice was hoarse like she'd been screaming. "He has to be. I would know if he wasn't. I would feel it. Mothers know these things." Then she let go of my mom and went back to tearing up her garden, repeating that same phrase over and over. My mom left the cookies on the porch steps and ran home to tell her mother what she'd seen. That evening, Mrs. Ali didn't come out to smoke. The porch was empty for the first time in months. My mom kept checking from the kitchen window, but Mrs. Ali never appeared. Around 8 o'clock, they saw lights on in the kitchen, and through the window they could see Mrs. Ali moving around inside. She seemed to be cooking something, stirring a pot on the stove and pacing back and forth. My mom's family had their birthday dinner, but she couldn't stop thinking about Mrs. Ali. Something about the way she'd looked that afternoon, the desperate wildness in her eyes, had shaken my mom in a way she couldn't explain. She kept asking her parents if they should go check on her, but they said they'd give her some space and see how she was doing in the morning. My mom went to bed around 9 o'clock, but she couldn't sleep. Her bedroom window faced the side of Mrs. Ali's house, and she could see the kitchen light was still on. Every time she looked over, she could see Mrs. Ali's silhouette moving around inside, always stirring something, always pacing. Around 11 o'clock, my mom saw Mrs. Ali come to the kitchen window and just stand there, looking out at the street. She stayed there for maybe 10 minutes, perfectly still, just staring. Then she moved away from the window, and a few minutes later the kitchen light went out. My mom finally fell asleep sometime after midnight. The next morning she woke up around 7:30 and immediately looked out her window toward Mrs. Ali's house. What she saw made her call for her mother immediately. Mrs. Ali was standing in her front yard in her nightgown, staring at the mailbox, but something was wrong with her. Even from a distance, even through the window, my mom could see that Mrs. Ali looked different. My mom's mother came to the window and gasped out loud. "Dear God," she said, "what happened to that poor woman?" Mrs. Ali looked like she had aged decades overnight. Her dark hair, which had been showing just a few grey strands around the temples, was now streaked with grey throughout. Not just a few strands, entire sections of her hair had turned grey, like someone had painted silver streaks across her head. But the hair was just the beginning. Her face looked completely different. The skin was pale and grey, almost ashen. Deep lines had appeared around her mouth and eyes, lines that definitely hadn't been there the day before. Her cheeks, which had always been full and round, now looked sunken and hollow. Most disturbing was her posture. Mrs. Ali had always carried herself with that dancer-like grace my mom remembered. Now she was hunched over slightly, like an old woman, her shoulders curved inward and her head hanging down. She was still standing there in her nightgown when Mr. Peterson came around with the mail at 10:15. But instead of rushing to meet him like she usually did, Mrs. Ali just stood perfectly still and watched him approach. When he handed her the mail, she took it without a word and walked slowly back to her house. My mom and her mother watched this whole interaction from their window, both of them stunned by the transformation they were witnessing. "She looks like she's aged 10 years overnight," my mom's mother whispered. "How is that possible?" My mom didn't have an answer. She'd never seen anything like it. It was like Mrs. Ali had been replaced by an older, sadder version of herself, not just physically, but in the way she moved, the way she held her body, even the way she breathed seemed different. Throughout that day, my mom kept checking on Mrs. Ali from the window. She didn't come out to work in her destroyed garden. She didn't sit on the porch smoking. The house seemed eerily quiet, like no one was living there at all. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my mom saw something that made her stomach drop. A military sedan was driving slowly down Merrimack Street, checking house numbers. Everyone in the neighborhood knew what that meant. Military vehicles only came to deliver one kind of news during wartime. The car stopped in front of Mrs. Ali's house. Two men in dress uniforms got out and walked up to the front door. One of them was carrying a folder. My mum watched from her window as they knocked and waited. After a few minutes, Mrs. Ali opened the door. My mum couldn't hear what was being said, but she could see Mrs. Ali's reaction. She didn't collapse or scream or show any of the dramatic grief you might expect. Instead, she just nodded slowly, like she was confirming something she already knew. She took the folder from one of the officers, shook both their hands, and closed the door. The whole interaction lasted maybe 5 minutes. Then the military car drove away, and Mrs. Ali's house was quiet again. That evening, my mum's mother made a casserole and sent my mum over to deliver it. When she knocked on the door, Mrs. Ali answered, still looking like she'd aged a decade overnight. Up close, the transformation was even more shocking. The grey streaks in her hair weren't just visible, they were stark and dramatic, like someone had painted them on. The lines around her eyes and mouth looked like they'd been carved there. But what really disturbed my mom was Mrs. Ali's expression. There was a kind of resigned sadness there, but also something that looked almost like relief, like she'd been waiting for terrible news for so long that finally receiving it was better than the uncertainty. "I'm sorry about David," my mum said, because even at 8 years old she understood what the military visit had meant. Mrs. Ali looked at her with those pale, tired eyes and nodded. "I knew yesterday," she said quietly. "I felt it happen." Around 10 o'clock Sunday night, I felt him leave. I knew he was gone before they came to tell me. She took the casserole and thanked my mum, then closed the door. That was the last conversation my mum ever had with her. Mrs. Ali moved away about a month later, taking her 2 daughters to live with relatives in Connecticut. The house stayed empty for almost a year before new tenants moved in. But my mum said the neighborhood never felt quite the same after that. For the rest of her life, my mum would bring up Mrs. Ali whenever she heard about mothers who seemed to have supernatural connections to their children. She was convinced that Mrs. Ali had somehow known the exact moment her son died, even though he was thousands of miles away in Vietnam. And that knowledge, that psychic blow of losing her child, had physically transformed her overnight. My mom used to say that grief could do things to people that science couldn't explain, that the connection between a mother and child was so strong that it could transcend distance, even transcend death. She believed that Mrs. Ali's body had absorbed the shock of David's death and aged her instantly, like she'd taken on years of sorrow all at once. I've thought about this story countless times over the years, trying to find a rational explanation for what my mom witnessed. Maybe Mrs. Ali had been sick and the stress of worrying about her son made her condition worse. Maybe the grief and lack of sleep had just made her look older. Maybe my mom, being only 8 years old, had exaggerated the details in her memory. But every time I try to explain it away, I come back to the timing. Mrs. Ali looked completely normal on November 18th, even though she was clearly distressed. The next morning, she looked like a different person entirely, and later that same day, the military came to inform her that her son had been killed in action. How do you explain that kind of transformation happening overnight? How do you explain a mother knowing her child was dead before anyone told her? I've never found a satisfactory answer. All I know is that my mum carried that image with her for 60 years. The image of a woman who aged a decade in a single night, because somewhere on the other side of the world, her son had died and she'd felt it happen. And now I'm carrying it too, because some things are too strange, too impossible, and too sad to forget. The last thing my mum told me about Mrs. Ali was something she'd never mentioned before. It was just a few weeks before my mum died, and we were looking through that old photo album together. "You know," she said, pointing to that picture of Mrs. Ali on the porch, I saw her one more time after she moved away. This was maybe 15 years later at a grocery store in downtown Lowell. I recognized her immediately, even though she was much older by then. "Did you talk to her?" I asked. "Just for a minute." I told her who I was, reminded her that we'd been neighbors. And you know what she said to me? I shook my head. She said, "I still feel him sometimes. Even though he's gone, I still feel when he's in pain." And then she just walked away. My mom closed the photo album and looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before. I think some people are connected to the ones they love in ways that don't make sense to the rest of us. And sometimes those connections don't break, even when they should. I think about that a lot now, about Mrs. Ali, wherever she ended up, still feeling echoes of a son who died 50 years ago, about the kind of love that can age you overnight and haunt you for the rest of your life. And I wonder if somewhere out there, she's still carrying that grief in her bones, still feeling phantom pains from a child who's been gone longer than he was ever alive. Because if my mum was right, if that connection between mother and child really can transcend death, then Mrs. Ali might still be out there somewhere, an old woman carrying the weight of a loss that happened when she was young, still feeling her son's absence like a physical wound that never quite heals. That thought keeps me up at night sometimes. The idea that love can be so strong, so absolute, that it becomes a kind of curse. That caring for someone that deeply means you'll carry their pain forever, even when there's nothing left of them but memory and the ache they leave behind. I never met Mrs. Ali myself, but through my mother's eyes, I saw what grief can do to a person in a single night. How it can steal years from your life and leave you transformed into someone you never expected to become. And I hope I never love anyone that much, because if my mother was right about what she saw, that kind of love comes with a price that no one should have to pay. Story 7. I'm sharing this because I need to get it out of my head, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. This happened to me just last night, and I haven't been able to sleep since. I keep replaying it over and over, trying to make sense of what I heard and felt, but I can't come up with any logical explanation. I live in Spokane, Washington, in this small 2-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend. We've been together for about 3 years now, and we moved in together 8 months ago. The apartment isn't anything special. It's in one of those older buildings downtown, probably built in the 1970s, with thin walls and neighbors you can hear walking around at all hours. But it's affordable, and the location is convenient for both our jobs. My mum lives on the other side of town, maybe a 20-minute drive from our place. We're really close. I talk to her almost every day, and she comes over for dinner at least once a week. She's always been protective of me, maybe a little overly so, but in a good way. She worries when I don't call her back quickly enough, and she always wants to make sure I'm eating properly and getting enough sleep. The thing about my mom is that she has this very distinctive voice. It's warm and kind of musical, with this slight rasp that comes from years of smoking when she was younger. Even when she's just calling my name, there's something comforting about it. It's the voice that called me for dinner every night when I was a kid, the voice that read me bedtime stories, the voice that calmed me down when I had nightmares. My cat Milo knows her voice just as well as I do. He's this orange tabby I adopted about 2 years ago, and he's usually pretty aloof with strangers. But with my mom, he's completely different. The moment he hears her voice, whether she's at the door or just talking on the phone, his ears perk up and he starts purring. When she comes over, he follows her around the apartment like a little shadow. It's actually kind of funny how much he loves her. Last night started out completely normal. My boyfriend had an early morning meeting today, so he went to bed around 10 o'clock. I stayed up until maybe 11:30 watching Netflix, just some mindless comedy show that I'd seen before. I remember feeling relaxed and tired, ready for a good night's sleep. I went through my usual routine, brushed my teeth, washed my face, checked that the front door was locked, set my phone to charge on the nightstand. Milo was already curled up at the foot of the bed, doing that thing cats do where they knead the blanket for 5 minutes before settling down. My boyfriend was already asleep, breathing deeply with his back turned toward me. I fell asleep pretty quickly, which is normal for me. I'm usually out within 10 or 15 minutes of my head hitting the pillow, but around 2 in the morning I started drifting in and out of that weird state between sleeping and waking. You know that feeling where you're conscious enough to be aware of your surroundings, but your brain is still kind of foggy and dreamlike? That's when I heard it. My mother's voice, clear as day, calling my name from the kitchen, not yelling, not urgent, just calling my name the way she does when she wants my attention. The same tone she'd use if she was visiting and wanted to show me something, or if she needed help with something in the kitchen. My first thought was that I was dreaming. It had to be a dream, right? My mom doesn't have a key to our apartment, and there's no reason she'd be here at 2 in the morning. Plus, I would have heard her come in. Our front door is right next to the bedroom, and the floors creak like crazy. There's no way someone could enter the apartment without waking me up, but the voice was so clear, so real. It wasn't like a dream voice that's muffled or distorted. It sounded exactly like my mom, with that familiar warmth and slight rasp. And it was definitely coming from the direction of the kitchen, not from inside my head, like dream sounds usually do. I sat up in bed and looked toward the bedroom door, which we always leave open at night. The hallway was dark and I couldn't see anything moving around. I listened carefully for any other sounds. Footsteps, cabinet doors opening, anything that would indicate someone was actually in the kitchen. But there was nothing. Just the usual apartment sounds. The refrigerator humming, a car passing by outside, my boyfriend's steady breathing next to me. I figured it had to be my brain playing tricks on me, maybe some kind of hypnagogic hallucination. I'd read about those before. Auditory hallucinations that can happen when you're falling asleep or waking up. They're supposed to be pretty common and usually harmless. So I lay back down and closed my eyes, trying to go back to sleep. Less than 30 seconds later, I heard it again. This time it was louder, more insistent. My name, called in my mother's exact voice, definitely coming from the kitchen. There was no mistaking it for a dream or hallucination. I was wide awake by then, and the voice was as clear and real as if my mom was actually standing in our kitchen calling for me. That's when the fear really hit me. My entire body went cold, starting from my scalp and spreading down to my toes. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. My heart started beating so fast I could feel it in my throat, and this crushing weight settled on my chest like someone was pressing down on me with their hands. But the worst part was the feeling that I wasn't alone in the room. I knew my boyfriend was next to me. I could hear him breathing, could feel the warmth of his body through the blankets. But there was something else. A presence standing right behind me, leaning over me, watching me. I could feel it as clearly as if someone was actually there, their face inches from the back of my head. I wanted to turn around and look, but I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed by fear. My rational brain was telling me that there was nothing there, that I was just freaking myself out, but every instinct in my body was screaming that something was wrong. The presence felt malevolent, not just unfamiliar, but actively hostile, like whatever was behind me was enjoying my fear, feeding off it. I had this horrible certainty that if I turned around, I'd see something that would break my mind, something wearing my mother's voice, but with a face that was all wrong. I forced myself to look at Milo, hoping his reaction would tell me whether I was losing my mind or if there was actually something in the apartment that shouldn't be there. He was still curled up at the foot of the bed, fast asleep. His ears weren't perked up, He wasn't looking toward the kitchen. He wasn't showing any of the signs he always shows when he hears my mom's voice. He was completely relaxed, breathing slowly and deeply like he always does when he's in deep sleep. That scared me more than anything else. Milo always reacts when he hears my mom. Always. Even if she's just talking on the phone, his ears will twitch and he'll look in the direction of her voice. But he wasn't reacting at all. Whatever was calling my name in my mother's voice, Milo couldn't hear it. Or maybe he could hear it, but knew it wasn't really her. The feeling of being watched intensified. The presence behind me felt closer now, like it was leaning down even further, almost touching me. I could swear I felt cold breath on the back of my neck, but that might have been my imagination running wild. I grabbed my blanket and pulled it up to my chin, then reached out and put my hand on Milo's warm fur. I had this weird idea that as long as I was touching him, whatever was behind me couldn't hurt me, like his presence was somehow protective. I know it sounds crazy, but in that moment, my cat felt like the only real, safe thing in the room. I lay there for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 2 or 3 minutes. I kept expecting to hear my name called again, kept waiting for that thing behind me to touch me or speak or do something. But there was just silence. The presence was still there. I could feel it watching me, waiting. But it didn't move or make any sound. Finally, the feeling started to fade. The weight on my chest lightened. The sensation of being watched gradually disappeared. Whatever had been behind me was moving away, or maybe just losing interest. I stayed perfectly still, hand on Milo, until I was sure it was completely gone. When I finally felt safe enough to move, I grabbed my phone and checked the time, 2:18 a.m. I also checked my Fitbit app, which tracks my sleep patterns and heart rate. According to the data, I'd been awake and alert from 2:14 to 2:19. My heart rate had spiked to 98 beats per minute, which is way higher than my normal resting rate, so I definitely wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake the entire time, experiencing something real enough to trigger a physical stress response that my fitness tracker could measure. I spent the rest of the night awake, staring at the ceiling and trying to make sense of what had happened. Every possible explanation I could think of just led to more questions. Could someone have broken into the apartment? No way. I would have heard them, and besides, why would a burglar call my name in my mother's voice? And how would they even know what my mother sounds like? Could it have been my boyfriend playing some kind of prank? I looked over at him several times throughout the night, and he was definitely asleep. Deep, genuine sleep, not the kind of fake sleep someone does when they're trying to trick you. Plus, he doesn't know my mom well enough to imitate her voice that perfectly. Could it have been a neighbor? Our building has thin walls, so sometimes we hear conversations from the apartments next to us. But I've never heard anything from the kitchen direction before, and none of our neighbors sound anything like my mom. Could it have been some kind of audio equipment malfunction? Maybe a radio or TV picking up a random signal? But we don't have any electronics in the kitchen except the microwave and coffee maker, neither of which has speakers. Could my mom have actually been in the apartment somehow? I checked my phone and saw that her last text to me was from yesterday afternoon. Just casual conversation about her day at work. I thought about calling her to ask if she'd been near my apartment last night, but I couldn't think of any way to ask that question without sounding insane. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that something had been trying to lure me out of the bedroom. The voice calling my name, the fact that it came from the kitchen, the persistence when I didn't respond the first time, it all felt calculated. Like whatever was out there knew that hearing my mother's voice would make me want to investigate. But why? What would have happened if I'd gotten up and walked to the kitchen? Would I have found my actual mother standing there, somehow having gotten into the apartment without my knowledge? Or would I have found something else, something that was only borrowing her voice? I think about horror movies where people hear familiar voices calling them into dark rooms, and they always go investigate, and something terrible happens. Last night, for the first time in my life, I understood why those characters make that choice. When you hear someone you love calling your name, every instinct tells you to go to them. The fact that I stayed in bed, that I didn't get up to check, goes against every protective and loving impulse I have toward my mother. But I think staying put might have been the right choice, because whatever was out there, it wasn't my mum. My mum would never call for me and then go silent when I didn't respond. She'd call again, louder, maybe even come into the bedroom to check on me. She'd be worried if I didn't answer. This thing just called twice and then waited, like it was testing whether I'd take the bait. I managed to doze off around 5 in the morning, but I kept waking up every hour or so, listening for voices that weren't there. When my boyfriend's alarm went off at 6:30, I pretended to be asleep. I didn't know how to explain what had happened without sounding paranoid or crazy. Today, I've been jumpy and exhausted. Every unexpected sound makes me freeze up. When my phone rang this afternoon and I saw it was my mom calling, I actually hesitated before answering. For a split second, I was afraid that whatever I'd heard last night had somehow infected her real voice, turned it into something I couldn't trust. But when I answered, it was just my mom being her normal self, calling to chat about her day and ask how I was doing. Her voice sounded exactly the same as it always has, warm, familiar, comforting. Exactly the same as the voice that called my name from the kitchen at 2:15 this morning. I almost told her what happened. I started to, actually, but then I stopped myself. How do you tell your mother that something was using her voice to try to lure you into a dark room? How do you explain that you're now afraid of the sound that's been a source of comfort your entire life? Instead, I just told her I loved her and that I'd call her tomorrow. Tonight, I'm dreading going to sleep. My boyfriend is working late, so I'll be alone in the apartment until at least midnight. Part of me wants to stay awake all night, just to avoid the possibility of hearing that voice again. But I know that's not sustainable. I can't live my life afraid of sleeping in my own home. I've been trying to convince myself that it was a one-time thing, some kind of weird auditory hallucination brought on by stress or lack of sleep. But deep down, I don't think that's what it was. I think something found its way into my apartment last night, something that knew exactly which voice would make me want to leave the safety of my bedroom, and I think it's still here, waiting for another chance. The worst part is that I'll probably never know what would have happened if I'd gotten up and walked to the kitchen. Maybe I would have found nothing, and this whole thing would have a rational explanation. Maybe I would have found my mom, somehow teleported from across town in the middle of the night. Or maybe I would have found something else entirely, something that wears familiar voices like masks, something that hunts by imitating the people we love most. I guess I'll find out tonight whether it was a one-time occurrence or the beginning of something worse. But right now, as I'm writing this, I can hear sounds coming from the kitchen. Just the normal sounds of the refrigerator and the building settling. At least, I hope that's all they are. Because if I hear my mother's voice calling my name again tonight, I don't know if I'll be strong enough to stay in bed. Story 8. I've been hesitant to share this story for years because it sounds so unbelievable, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened to me when I was 7 years old, living in a small town outside Veracruz, Mexico. I'm 31 now, and I still get panic attacks sometimes when I have to shower during power outages. We lived in this old house that my grandfather had built in the 1940s. It was typical for the area: concrete walls, tile floors, high ceilings to help with the heat. The bathroom was small and cramped with no window, just this heavy fabric curtain that served as a door. During the day, light would filter in from the hallway, but at night, especially during blackouts, that bathroom became a pitch-black cave. Power outages were incredibly common during summer months in our town. The electrical grid was old and unreliable, and whenever we got heavy rains or strong winds, the lights would go out for hours, sometimes all night. My family was used to it. We always kept candles and oil lamps ready, and my mum would light them the moment the power flickered. The night this happened was in late July. I remember because it was right before my 8th birthday, and my mom had been planning a small party for the weekend. It had been hot and humid all day, the kind of oppressive heat that makes everything stick to your skin. Around 7 in the evening, dark clouds started rolling in, and you could feel the storm building in the air. My dad had gone to the corner store to buy cigarettes and maybe some ice if they had any. The store was only 3 blocks away, but during storms, he sometimes got caught up talking to other neighbors who were also stocking up on supplies. My mum always said he treated those trips like social events. Around 8 o'clock, the lights flickered a few times and then went out completely. My mum lit a few candles in the kitchen and living room, then told me I needed to take my bath before it got too late. In our house, bedtime was bedtime, power outage or not. She led me to the bathroom and placed a thick white candle on the sink counter. The candle was one of those religious ones with a picture of a saint on the glass. I think it was St. Anthony, but I can't remember for sure. The flame cast dancing shadows on the walls, making everything look bigger and more distorted than usual. "Be quick," my mum said. "The water's still warm, but it won't stay that way long." She helped me turn on the faucet and tested the water temperature with her hand. The hot water heater was gas-powered, so it still worked during blackouts, but the water pressure was always lower when the electricity was out. Just as I was getting ready to climb into the small bathtub, we heard someone calling my mom's name from outside. It was our neighbor, Mrs. Rodriguez, and she sounded upset about something. "I'll be right back," my mom said. "I need to see what's wrong with Mrs. Rodriguez. Just wash quickly and call for me when you're done." She pulled the curtain closed behind her, leaving me alone in the bathroom with just the candle for light. The bathroom felt different immediately. During the day, it was just a small, cramped space that I used without thinking about it. But at night, by candlelight, it became something else entirely. The shadows seemed deeper, more solid. The corners of the room disappeared into blackness that the single candle couldn't penetrate. I climbed into the lukewarm water and started washing as quickly as I could. I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible and get back to the living room where there were more candles, and my mom would be returning soon. That's when I felt the breeze. It was subtle at first, just a slight movement of air that made the candle flame flicker and dance. But there were no windows in the bathroom, and the curtain was heavy enough that air didn't usually move through it. I looked up at the candle and watched the flame bend to one side, then straighten, then bend again. I froze in the water, suddenly hyper-aware of every sound and sensation. The house was completely quiet, except for the distant rumble of thunder and the occasional sound of rain starting to hit the roof. But there was something else, a feeling of presence that made the hair on my arms stand up. That's when the curtain moved. Not dramatically, not like someone had grabbed it and yanked it, just a gentle swaying, like something tall was standing very close to it on the other side. The fabric moved inward slightly, then back to its normal position, then inward again. My heart started beating so fast I could hear it in my ears. I sat perfectly still in the bathtub, watching the curtain and trying to convince myself that it was just air movement from somewhere else in the house. Maybe my mum had opened the front door to talk to Mrs. Rodriguez, and that was causing a draft. But then I saw the shadow. Behind the curtain, barely visible in the flickering candlelight, was a shape, a tall, human-like silhouette standing just on the other side of the fabric. It was darker than the rest of the shadows, more solid-looking, like it was absorbing light instead of just blocking it. The shape was perfectly still, and I had the horrible feeling that it was watching me. Even though I couldn't see any features, couldn't make out a face or eyes, I knew it was looking directly at me, studying me. I held my breath, convinced that if I stayed completely motionless, whatever was out there wouldn't notice me. Maybe it would just go away. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or my imagination running wild because I was scared and alone. But the shadow didn't move. It just stood there, patient and silent, like it had all the time in the world. Minutes passed, I don't know how many. When you're 7 years old and terrified, time moves differently. My muscles started cramping from staying so still, and the water was getting cold, but I didn't dare move. I kept staring at that dark shape behind the curtain, waiting for it to do something, anything. The worst part was the feeling that it was waiting for me to acknowledge it, like it wanted me to see it, wanted me to know it was there. It felt deliberate, purposeful. Not like some random scary thing, but like something that had come specifically for me. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. The fear built up until it exploded out of me all at once. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, not words at first, just pure terror coming out as sound. Then I found my voice and started yelling in Spanish, "Go away! Get out of here! Leave me alone!" I grabbed the wooden brush my mom used to scrub my back and started hitting the side of the bathtub with it, making as much noise as possible. The sound echoed off the concrete walls, mixing with my screams and sobs. I was crying so hard I could barely see, but I kept hitting the tub and shouting, desperate to make enough noise that whatever was out there would leave, or that someone would come help me. Through my hysteria, I heard a voice calling from outside the house. It was Mrs. Garcia, our next-door neighbor, asking what was wrong. Her voice was coming from the direction of the small, high window in the kitchen, which was right next to the bathroom. "What's happening in there?" she called. "Is someone hurt?" Between sobs, I managed to tell her that there was something behind the curtain, something standing in the hallway watching me. My voice was shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. "Okay, sweetheart," Mrs. Garcia said, and her calm voice was the most comforting thing I'd ever heard. "I'm right here. Keep talking to me. Don't look at the curtain. Just listen to my voice." She started asking me questions, what I'd had for dinner, what games I'd played that day, anything to keep me talking and distracted. Her voice was steady and reassuring, like she dealt with terrified children all the time. I stayed in that bathtub for what felt like hours, naked and shivering, talking to Mrs. Garcia through the wall while she kept me calm. Every few minutes, I'd glance at the curtain and the shadow was still there, still waiting. Finally, I heard my mum's voice calling my name as she rushed back into the house. She'd heard the screaming from down the street and come running. I heard her talking quickly to Mrs. Garcia, trying to understand what had happened. "There's something behind the curtain," I sobbed as she approached the bathroom. "It's been watching me." My mum paused outside the curtain, and I heard her take a deep breath. "I'm going to open the curtain now," she said, "but I'm right here, and Mrs. Garcia is right outside. You're safe." She pulled the curtain aside quickly, flooding the bathroom with light from the candle she'd brought from the kitchen. The hallway was empty, nothing there but our familiar walls, and the front door standing open where my mom had rushed in. No person, no shadow, no sign that anything had ever been standing there. My mom helped me out of the bathtub and wrapped me in a towel, holding me while I continued to cry and shake. Mrs. Garcia came inside and helped look through the entire house to make sure no one had broken in. They checked every room, every closet, even under the beds. Nothing. No sign of any intruder, no explanation for what I had seen. "Sometimes shadows can play tricks on us," my mom said, trying to comfort me, "especially when we're scared and alone." But I knew what I'd seen. That wasn't a trick of light or an overactive imagination. Something had been standing behind that curtain. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. Something that had been waiting and watching. Mrs. Garcia stayed with us until my dad got home an hour later. When he heard what had happened, he checked all the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked up tight. But like my mum, He seemed to think I'd just gotten scared by shadows and worked myself up into hysteria. I didn't take another bath alone for months after that. Even when the power was on and the bathroom was brightly lit, I made my mom stay with me. The memory of that tall, dark shape behind the curtain haunted me every time I closed my eyes. As I got older, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it had been my dad coming home early and standing in the hallway for some reason. Maybe it was Mrs. Rodriguez or another neighbor who'd come into the house to look for my mom. Maybe it really had just been a trick of candlelight and childhood fear. But none of those explanations felt right. My dad didn't get home until much later, and he would never have just stood there silently while I was screaming in terror. If it had been a neighbor, they would have called out or tried to help when they heard me crying. And the shape had been too tall, too still, too deliberately menacing to be a person with innocent intentions. What bothers me most, even now, is the sense that whatever was behind that curtain had been waiting for exactly that scenario. A power outage, a child alone and vulnerable, parents distracted by neighborhood drama. Like it had been watching our house, learning our routines, and chosen that specific moment to reveal itself. I've lived in other places since then, but I've never forgotten that feeling of being watched by something that wasn't entirely human. Something that lived in the spaces between light and shadow, that fed on fear and vulnerability. Even writing this now, I can feel my hands shaking slightly, because part of me wonders if telling this story will somehow call it back. If acknowledging what I saw that night will let it know where to find me again. The rational part of my mind says that's ridiculous. I'm an adult now, living thousands of miles away from that small house in Veracruz. Whatever I saw that night, if I saw anything at all, has no power over me anymore. But when the lights go out during storms, when I'm alone in dark spaces, I still find myself checking the shadows, still listening for the sound of fabric moving when there's no breeze. Because I know what I saw behind that curtain. Something that was darker than darkness itself. Something that had no business being in our house. Something that was patiently waiting for a frightened 7-year-old to notice it. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I wonder if it's still waiting somewhere, still looking for that next perfect moment of vulnerability and fear, still standing behind curtains in dark bathrooms, watching and waiting for someone else to see it. Story 9. I need to tell someone about what happened to our family when I was 14 years old. We'd just moved to this house in Lancaster, England, and I swear something was fundamentally wrong with that place from the moment we walked through the front door. I'm 28 now, but I still get goosebumps thinking about the things that happened on Old Stone Lane. My family had relocated from Manchester because my dad got a job at the university. We were excited about the move. Lancaster seemed like a nice, quiet town, and the house we'd found was bigger than our old flat and way more affordable. It was a semi-detached Victorian house, probably built in the late 1800s, with 2 floors and this narrow, winding staircase that connected them. The house had been empty for almost a year before we moved in, which should have been a red flag, but the estate agent said it was just because the previous owners had moved to Spain and hadn't been in a hurry to sell. The price was too good to pass up, so my parents signed the lease without asking too many questions. From the very first week, something felt off, not obviously wrong, just unsettled. Like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. My younger sister felt it too, though we didn't talk about it at first. We'd catch each other looking over our shoulders for no reason, or pausing at the bottom of the stairs like we were listening for something we couldn't quite hear. The knocking started on our 5th night in the house. I remember the exact date because it was September 23rd, and I'd been complaining to my mum that I was missing my friend's birthday party back in Manchester. I'd gone to bed around 10:30, still feeling sorry for myself and homesick for our old life. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to this sound. Tap, tap, tap. 3 deliberate knocks on my bedroom window. My first thought was that it had to be tree branches hitting the glass. But as I lay there listening, I realized how impossible that was. My bedroom was on the second floor, and there were no trees anywhere near that side of the house. The neighbors had cut down their big oak tree years ago, and our side yard was just empty lawn. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Maybe 5 minutes passed, then I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. Same rhythm, same intensity. Like someone was standing outside my window, knocking with their knuckles. My heart started racing. I wanted to get up and look out the window, but I was terrified of what I might see. What if there was actually someone out there? What if they saw me looking and tried to break in? I pulled my covers up to my chin and stared at the curtains, willing myself to be brave enough to check. But I couldn't do it. I just lay there, frozen, listening for more knocking. It happened once more around 2:30, then stopped completely. The next morning at breakfast, I almost mentioned it to my parents, but I chickened out. It seemed crazy in the daylight. Who would be knocking on a second-story window in the middle of the night? They'd probably think I was having trouble adjusting to the new house and just imagining things. But that night, it happened again. Same time, same window, same 3 deliberate knocks. This time I forced myself to get up and peek through the curtains. Nothing. Just our empty yard and the street beyond, lit by the orange glow of the street lamps. No ladder, no person, no explanation for what I'd heard. On the 3rd night, I heard the knocking on my sister's window too. Her room was next to mine, and I could hear the same tap, tap, tap coming from her side of the house. In the morning, she looked exhausted and jumpy, but when I asked if she'd slept okay, she just shrugged and said she'd had weird dreams. It wasn't until the following weekend that she finally told me what was happening. "Someone's been knocking on my window," she said. We were in her room, supposed to be doing homework, but both of us were too distracted to concentrate. "Mine too," I admitted, "every night around 2 o'clock. "But that's impossible," she said. "We're on the 2nd floor. There's no way someone could reach our windows." We decided to tell our parents, but when we brought it up at dinner, my dad just laughed it off. "Old houses make all kinds of sounds," he said. "Probably just the pipes settling or something." My mum was more sympathetic but equally dismissive. "Maybe it's birds," she suggested. "Sometimes they fly into windows at night." But we knew it wasn't birds or pipes. The knocking was too regular, too deliberate. It sounded exactly like someone trying to get our attention. Things escalated about 2 weeks after we'd moved in. I started waking up with these thin red scratches on my arms and ribs. At first, I thought I was doing it to myself in my sleep. Maybe I was stressed about the new school and the new house, and I was scratching without realizing it. But then, my sister showed me identical marks on her own arms. Thin red lines, like someone had dragged their fingernails across our skin while we slept. "This is getting weird," she said, and I had to agree. The scratches kept appearing every few days, always in the same places, forearms and ribs, like someone was reaching across our bodies while we lay in bed. We started wearing long-sleeve pajamas to see if that would help, but the scratches appeared anyway, sometimes right through the fabric. My parents noticed the marks but assumed we were both having some kind of stress reaction to the move. They made appointments for us to see the family doctor, but he couldn't find anything wrong. He suggested we might be developing eczema or having allergic reactions to something in the new house. The worst part was the footsteps on the stairs. Our staircase was narrow and covered with this old burgundy carpet that had probably been there since the house was built. During the day, you could hear every footstep clearly. The stairs creaked and groaned under any weight. But at night, I'd hear partial footsteps, not someone walking up or down the entire staircase, just a few steps in the middle. Maybe 2 stairs, sometimes 4, then complete silence. Like someone had started to climb or descend, then just stopped. It happened almost every night between 2 and 4 in the morning. I'd lie awake listening, trying to figure out if it was one of my family members getting up to use the bathroom or get a drink of water, but the steps never continued. They'd just end abruptly, leaving this heavy silence that felt somehow worse than the noise. I started getting up to check when I heard the footsteps, creeping to my bedroom door and peering out into the hallway. But I never saw anyone. The stairs would be empty, my parents' door would be closed, my sister's room would be quiet. No sign that anyone had been moving around. One night in early October, I decided to stay awake and really pay attention to what was happening. I'd been losing sleep for weeks, and I was desperate to figure out what was going on in our house. I lay in bed fully clothed, staring at my alarm clock and waiting. Around 1:30 in the morning, I heard my sister's window getting the usual 3 knocks. A few minutes later, mine got the same treatment. Then around 2:15, I heard the footsteps. This time, instead of just listening from my bed, I got up immediately and opened my door as quietly as possible. I could see the top of the staircase from my doorway, and I positioned myself where I could watch without being seen. The footsteps were coming from about halfway up the stairs. I could hear them clearly, the creak of old wood, the soft sound of feet on carpet. But I couldn't see anyone. The steps continued for maybe 4 or 5 seconds, then stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but they didn't resume. It was like someone had just vanished mid-step. I crept closer to the stairs and looked down. The staircase was empty, lit dimly by the streetlight coming through the landing window. No sign of any person or anything that could have made those sounds. That's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The carpet on the stairs looked disturbed, not dramatically, but like someone had recently walked on it. There were slight depressions in the fabric, faint outlines that looked like footprints leading up from the bottom of the stairs and stopping about halfway. I stared at those impressions for a long time, trying to convince myself I was imagining them. But they were definitely there. Evidence that something with weight had been walking on those stairs, even though I hadn't seen anything. I went back to my room and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day, I told my sister what I'd observed. She believed me immediately, because she'd been having similar experiences. "Sometimes I hear breathing," she said, "like someone's standing right outside my door, just breathing slowly." "Why haven't you told Mum and Dad?" "Because they already think we're being dramatic about the move. If I tell them I'm hearing invisible people breathing in the hallway, they'll probably send us both to therapy." She had a point. Our parents were already concerned about how we were adjusting to the new house and school. Adding ghost stories to the mix would probably just worry them more. But the activity in the house was getting worse, not better. A few nights later, I woke up around 3 in the morning and saw something that made me question my own sanity. I'd left a pile of clean clothes on the chair next to my desk before going to bed. It was a habit I'd developed since we moved. I'd lay out my school clothes for the next day, then usually end up throwing them over the chair instead of hanging them properly. As I lay there in the dark, I saw the pile of clothes move. Not just shifting or sliding, but being deliberately moved. Like invisible hands were picking through the fabric, lifting pieces and setting them down in different positions. I watched in complete terror as my school shirt was lifted from the pile, held in the air for several seconds, then placed carefully on the floor next to the chair. Then my jeans were moved, then my sweater. The whole process took maybe 2 minutes, and I couldn't move or speak the entire time. I just lay there, watching my clothes being rearranged by something I couldn't see. When it was over, I got up and turned on my light. The clothes were exactly where I'd seen them being placed, scattered around the chair in a way that made no sense. There was no way they could have moved like that on their own. I also checked to make sure my bedroom door was still closed. It was, and it had been locked from the inside. Whatever had moved my clothes was already in my room when I went to sleep. That thought kept me awake for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told my parents everything. I was exhausted and scared, and I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. My dad listened patiently, then went upstairs to investigate. He spent about an hour checking all the windows, looking for loose latches or anything that might explain the knocking sounds. He examined the stairs for structural issues that might cause the footstep noises. He even moved furniture around in my room to see if anything could have caused my clothes to shift. He didn't find any rational explanations, but he still seemed determined to dismiss our experiences. "Old houses have quirks," he said. "Give it a few more weeks and you'll get used to the sounds." But my mum looked worried. Later that day, she took me aside and asked if I'd been having nightmares or feeling anxious about anything. "I believe something is happening," she said, "but I think it might be stress-related. Moving is hard on everyone, especially teenagers." I appreciated that she was taking me seriously, but I knew what I'd seen and heard wasn't stress-related. Something was wrong with our house, and it seemed to be getting more active as time went on. The situation came to a head about a month after we'd moved in. My dad had been complaining for weeks about a smell in their bedroom. He described it as sour, like milk that had gone bad, but stronger and more persistent. My mum couldn't smell it, and neither could my sister or I, but it was driving my dad crazy. He'd checked for dead mice in the walls, looked for leaky pipes, even had a pest control company come out to inspect for mold or insects. Nothing. But the smell kept getting worse, at least according to him. One night in late October, I woke up to the sound of my dad's voice coming from their bedroom. He was speaking loudly but not yelling, like he was addressing someone he couldn't see. "If you're here, you're not welcome," he said clearly. "This is our house now. Leave us alone." There was a pause. Then he continued, "We don't want any trouble, but we're not going anywhere. Find somewhere else to be." I crept to my door and listened. My mum's voice was quieter, but I could hear her asking who he was talking to. "Whatever's been making that smell," my dad replied. "Whatever's been bothering the kids. If something's here, it needs to know we're not afraid of it." The next morning, my dad seemed almost embarrassed about what had happened, but he also seemed more relaxed than he'd been in weeks. "The smell's gone," he announced at breakfast. "Whatever was causing it, it's not there anymore." And he was right. From that night on, my dad stopped complaining about the sour odor in their bedroom, but everything else continued. The knocking on our windows kept happening every night, usually between 2 and 4 in the morning. The partial footsteps on the stairs became a regular occurrence. My sister and I continued waking up with scratches, though they seemed to be getting less frequent. What bothered me most was that the activity seemed intelligent. It responded to our routines, almost like it was learning about us. The knocking would happen when we were in bed but not yet asleep, like something wanted our attention but didn't want to wake the whole house. The footsteps always occurred when everyone else was asleep, like whatever was making them was trying to be stealthy, and the scratches always appeared in places that would be visible but not immediately obvious, on our arms and ribs, where we'd see them when we got dressed, but where they wouldn't be noticed by teachers or classmates unless we specifically showed them. It felt like we were being studied, tested, maybe even tormented by something that understood human behavior well enough to know exactly how to disturb us without crossing lines that would force our parents to take more serious action. The most terrifying night happened in mid-November, about 2 months after we'd moved in. I'd been lying awake listening to the usual sounds, knocking on windows, footsteps on stairs, the occasional creak or thud from other parts of the house. It had become so routine that I'd almost gotten used to it. But that night was different, more active, more aggressive. The knocking started earlier than usual, around 1:30, and it was louder. Instead of the usual 3 gentle taps, it sounded like someone was pounding on the glass with their fist. My window rattled in its frame with each impact. I got up and looked outside, even though I knew I wouldn't see anything. The street was empty, our yard was empty, but the knocking continued even while I was standing at the window. Whatever was making the sound was close enough that I should have been able to see it, but there was nothing there. Then I heard my sister cry out from her room. Not a scream, but a sharp exclamation of surprise or pain. I ran to her room and found her sitting up in bed, holding her arm. In the dim light from the hallway, I could see fresh scratches across her forearm, deeper and more pronounced than any we'd seen before. "It happened while I was awake," she said, her voice shaking. "I felt it, like someone dragged their nails across my skin." We went to wake up our parents, but as we approached their bedroom door, we heard the footsteps on the stairs. Not just a few steps this time. It sounded like someone was walking slowly and deliberately from the bottom to the top, then back down again. My sister and I stood frozen in the hallway, listening to the unmistakable sound of footsteps going up and down our staircase. The steps were slow, methodical, like someone was pacing. After maybe 5 minutes, the footsteps stopped. We waited another few minutes, then crept to the top of the stairs and looked down. Nothing. But the carpet showed those same faint impressions I'd noticed before, like someone had been walking back and forth across it. We woke up our parents and told them what had happened. My mum took one look at my sister's fresh scratches and decided we needed to do something more serious about the situation. The next day, she called our old pastor from Manchester and explained what we'd been experiencing. He suggested we try blessing the house or having it properly cleansed by someone with experience in these matters. But before we could arrange anything like that, the activity just stopped. Not gradually, but completely and suddenly. One night in late November, everything went quiet. No knocking, no footsteps, no scratches, no strange sounds or movements. The house felt normal for the first time since we'd moved in. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and we all started sleeping better immediately. My dad joked that his direct confrontation had finally worked, that whatever had been bothering us had gotten the message and moved on. My mum was just relieved that we could finally settle into our new home without constantly feeling on edge. But I never felt completely comfortable in that house. Even after months of quiet, I'd still lie awake sometimes, listening for sounds that never came. I'd catch myself checking the stairs for footprint impressions or looking over my shoulder when I was alone. We lived there for 3 more years without any major incidents. Occasional creaks or sounds that might have been paranormal, but nothing like those first few months. It was like whatever had been there had just left. When we finally moved out, I asked the estate agent about the history of the house. She was more forthcoming than she'd been when we first moved in. The previous tenants mentioned some unusual activity, she said. Nothing dangerous, just unsettling sounds. They said it took a few months for things to settle down. Settle down, how? They never really explained, just said that whatever was there seemed to lose interest after a while. I think about that conversation a lot. The idea that whatever was in our house wasn't malicious, just curious, like it was investigating the new occupants, trying to understand who we were and what we were doing there. But I still don't understand why it stopped so suddenly, or where it went. Did my dad's confrontation really work? Did it just get bored with us? Or is it still there, waiting for the next family to move in and start the whole process over again? I drive past that house sometimes when I'm visiting my parents in Lancaster. It looks normal from the outside, just another Victorian semi-detached house on a quiet street. But I always wonder if the current occupants are lying awake at night, listening to knocking sounds that can't be explained and footsteps that lead nowhere. Because whatever was in that house, I don't think it ever really left. I think it just learned to be quieter. Story 10. I've been putting off writing about this for 2 years now, but I can't get it out of my head. Every time I close my eyes, I see that dark figure standing perfectly still beside my sister's bed, and I get the same sick feeling in my stomach that I had that night in Chicago. Maybe if I write it all down, I can finally stop thinking about it. This happened 2 summers ago, in July of 2023. My sister had just gotten this amazing job at a law firm, and she wanted to celebrate by doing something special for both of us. She knew I'd been going through a rough patch. I'd just broken up with my long-term boyfriend and was feeling pretty depressed about my life in general. One day she called me completely out of the blue and said she'd booked us a weekend trip to Chicago to see Hamilton. I'd been wanting to see that show for years, but tickets were always so expensive and hard to get. She'd somehow managed to score 2 seats for a Saturday night performance, plus she'd booked us a hotel room for the weekend. I was so grateful I almost cried. It was exactly the kind of distraction I needed, and it felt like the perfect sister bonding experience. We'd always been close, but adult life had made it harder to spend quality time together. The hotel she'd booked was the Congress Plaza Hotel, right downtown on Michigan Avenue. I'd never been to Chicago before, so I didn't know anything about the hotel. But when I looked it up online to see what the area was like, I discovered something that made my stomach drop. According to multiple websites, the Congress Plaza Hotel is considered one of the most haunted hotels in Illinois, maybe even the entire Midwest. I went down this rabbit hole reading about all the supposed paranormal activity that had been reported there over the years. Guests reporting strange sounds, objects moving on their own, elevator doors opening and closing by themselves, cold spots in certain rooms. But the story that really got to me was about this woman from the 1930s. Apparently, back in 1936, a woman named Adele Williams had been staying on the 12th floor with her 2 young children. She'd been going through a nasty divorce, and according to the reports I found, she'd been having some kind of mental breakdown. One night, she opened the window in her room and pushed both her children out. Then she jumped herself. The whole family died, obviously, and ever since then, people staying on the 12th floor had reported seeing a tall, dark figure standing in their rooms at night. Some guests said they felt like someone was trying to push them toward the windows. Others reported feeling hands trying to pull their blankets off in the middle of the night. I know I should have just closed the laptop and not thought about it anymore. It was probably all made-up internet nonsense anyway, but I couldn't stop reading. There were dozens of accounts from different people over the decades, all describing similar experiences on the 12th floor. When I called my sister to ask her about it, she just laughed. "You're such a scaredy cat," she said. "It's just old ghost stories. Hotels love that stuff because it brings in tourists who want to be scared." "But what if we get put on the 12th floor?" I asked. "Then we'll have a funny story to tell people. Don't worry about it. We're going to have an amazing time." I tried to put it out of my mind, but I kept thinking about that woman and her children. What could drive someone to do something so horrible? And if the stories were even partially true, what was still hanging around that hotel? We drove up to Chicago on Friday afternoon. The Congress Plaza Hotel is this huge, imposing building that takes up an entire city block. It's old and grand, the kind of place that was probably really luxurious back in the day, but now feels a bit faded and worn around the edges. The lobby was massive, with high ceilings and dark wood paneling that made everything feel shadowy even during the day. There were crystal chandeliers hanging overhead, but they seemed dim, like they weren't putting out enough light to properly illuminate the space. We checked in at the front desk, and I held my breath while the clerk looked up our reservation. "You'll be in room 1207, she said, handing us the key cards. My sister looked at me and grinned. "Guess we're getting the full experience." I forced myself to smile back, but my heart was already racing. Of all the floors in this huge hotel, we were staying on the exact one where that woman had killed her children and herself. It felt like some kind of sick cosmic joke. Room 1207 was at the end of a long, dimly lit hallway. The carpet was this dark red color that looked almost black in the overhead lighting. and the walls were painted a deep green that made the whole corridor feel claustrophobic. Our room was decent-sized, with 2 double beds, a desk, and a small sitting area by the window. The window faced south, looking out over Grant Park and Lake Michigan. It was actually a pretty nice view, but all I could think about was that woman pushing her children through a window, just like this one. My sister threw her suitcase on the bed closest to the bathroom and immediately started unpacking. "This is perfect," she said. "We can see the lake, we're close to everything we want to do, and we get to stay in a supposedly haunted hotel. What more could you want?" I put my bag on the other bed and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had been growing since we walked into the building. The room felt heavy somehow, like the air was thicker than it should be, and it was cold. Not just cool, actually cold, like the air conditioning was cranked up way too high. "Is it freezing in here or is it just me?" I asked. My sister paused in her unpacking and looked around. "It is pretty cold. Maybe the thermostat is broken." I checked the temperature control on the wall. It was set to 72 degrees, which should have been comfortable, but the room felt at least 10 degrees colder than that. We decided to go explore the hotel and the surrounding area before dinner. The Congress Plaza is huge, with multiple restaurants, bars, and conference rooms. We wandered around for a while, checking out the different floors and getting a feel for the layout. I kept looking for other guests, trying to see if anyone else seemed uncomfortable or on edge. But everyone we passed looked normal. Tourists with cameras, business travelers with laptops, families with kids. No one else seemed to be picking up on the weird atmosphere that I was feeling. That evening, we had dinner at one of the hotel restaurants, then went back to our room to get ready for the show the next night. We were both excited about Hamilton, and for a few hours I managed to forget about the ghost stories and just enjoy spending time with my sister. But as soon as we turned off the lights to go to sleep, I started hearing it. A soft tapping sound, like someone was gently hitting the wall with their fingernail. It wasn't loud or urgent, just a quiet, rhythmic tap, tap, tap that happened every couple of minutes. At first, I thought it might be coming from the room next door. Maybe someone was hanging pictures or doing some kind of maintenance. But the sound seemed to be coming from inside our room, from the wall behind my bed. I lay there listening for about 10 minutes, and the tapping never stopped. Same rhythm, same volume, same location. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 pause. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to my sister. "Yeah," she whispered back. "What is it?" "I don't know. It sounds like it's coming from inside the wall." We both lay there in silence, listening to the tapping. It continued for at least another 20 minutes before it finally stopped. When it did, the room felt even colder than before. "Probably just old pipes or something," my sister said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear some small sound that would jolt me awake. A creak, a soft thud, the sound of fabric moving when there was no breeze. The room never warmed up, and I ended up sleeping under both the comforter and the extra blanket from the closet. The next day was better. We had brunch, did some shopping on Michigan Avenue, and spent the afternoon walking around Millennium Park. Being out in the daylight and surrounded by normal people made the previous night seem less significant. Maybe it really had just been old pipes or the building settling. The Hamilton show was incredible. We had amazing seats, and the performance was everything I'd hoped it would be. For 3 hours, I was completely absorbed in the music and story, not thinking at all about the hotel or ghost stories or anything supernatural. We got back to the Congress Plaza around 11:30 at night, both of us buzzing with excitement from the show. My sister was exhausted. She'd had a long week at work before our trip, and the emotional intensity of the musical had drained her. She was asleep within minutes of her head hitting the pillow, but I was wide awake. My mind was still racing from the show, replaying my favorite songs and moments. I lay in bed, scrolling through my phone, reading reviews of the performance and looking at photos I'd taken earlier in the day. The room was dark, except for the glow from my phone screen. My sister was breathing deeply and steadily in the bed next to mine, completely knocked out. The hotel was quiet, no sounds from the hallway or neighboring rooms. That's when I saw it. I'd been lying on my side, facing away from my sister's bed, when something made me turn my head. Maybe I'd heard a sound, or maybe I just had that feeling you get when someone's watching you. Standing beside my sister's bed was a tall, dark figure. Not a shadow. This was solid, three-dimensional, clearly defined. It looked like a man, probably around 6 feet tall, but I couldn't make out any facial features or details. It was just a dark, human-shaped form, standing perfectly still, about 2 feet from where my sister was sleeping. My first thought was that someone had broken into our room, but the door was still closed and locked. I could see the security latch was still engaged, and the figure wasn't moving like a person would move. It was completely motionless, like a statue. My heart started pounding so hard I was afraid my sister would hear it and wake up. I forced myself to stay perfectly still, not wanting to draw the figure's attention to me. I slowly turned my head back toward my phone, trying to act like I hadn't seen anything, but I kept glancing back at my sister's bed from the corner of my eye. The figure was still there, still standing in exactly the same position, like it was watching her sleep. I don't know how long I lay there, frozen with terror. It felt like hours, but it was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. I kept thinking that if I just ignored it, it would go away. That maybe I was seeing things because I was tired, or because I'd been reading about ghosts and psyching myself out. But every time I looked, it was still there. Tall, dark, motionless, standing guard over my sleeping sister like some kind of sinister sentinel. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly reached for the bedside lamp, moving as carefully as possible so I wouldn't make any sudden movements. The moment my fingers touched the switch, the figure vanished. I turned on the light immediately, flooding the room with yellow brightness. Nothing. No one standing by my sister's bed. No sign that anyone had ever been there. My sister stirred but didn't wake up. I sat up in bed and looked around the entire room, checking the bathroom, the closet, everywhere someone could possibly hide. Empty. I left the light on for the rest of the night. In the morning, I felt ridiculous. Had I really seen a dark figure standing by my sister's bed, or had I just been half asleep and imagining things? In the bright morning sunlight streaming through our window, the whole experience seemed absurd, but I had to tell my sister about it. "This is going to sound crazy," I said while she was getting dressed, "but I think I saw someone in our room last night." She stopped putting on her makeup and looked at me in the mirror. "What do you mean, someone?" I told her everything. The dark figure standing by her bed, how still it had been, how it disappeared when I reached for the light. Instead of laughing at me or telling me I'd been dreaming, her face went pale. "Oh my God," she said, "something happened to me too." She sat down on her bed and told me that she'd woken up several times during the night, feeling like someone was pulling on her blankets. Not violently, but like someone was gently trying to tug them off her body. "I thought it was you," she said. "I figured you were cold and trying to steal my covers. But when I opened my eyes to tell you to stop, you were fast asleep in your own bed." We stared at each other, both of us trying to process what we'd experienced. "Do you think it was," she started, then trailed off, "the woman from the 1930s? I finished. Or something else. I don't know. But something was definitely in this room last night." We packed our bags and checked out as quickly as possible. Neither of us wanted to spend another minute in that hotel. During the drive home, we talked about what had happened, trying to make sense of it. My sister had always been the skeptical one when it came to anything supernatural. but she couldn't explain away the feeling of someone pulling on her blankets any more than I could explain away the figure I'd seen. Maybe it was just the power of suggestion, she said. We'd both read about the ghost stories, so we were primed to interpret normal sounds and sensations as paranormal activity. But even as she said it, I could tell she didn't really believe that explanation. Neither did I. What I saw standing by her bed wasn't my imagination or a trick of the light. It was solid, real, clearly defined, and it had been watching her with an intensity that felt predatory, dangerous. I've researched the Congress Plaza Hotel extensively since that trip, reading every account I can find from other guests who've stayed on the 12th floor. The stories are remarkably consistent. A tall, dark figure that appears in rooms at night, usually standing by someone's bed or near the window. Guests report feeling like they're being watched, having their blankets pulled off, experiencing sudden drops in temperature. Some people think it's the spirit of Adele Williams, the woman who killed her children and herself in 1936. Others believe it's something else entirely, some kind of negative energy that's been feeding off the tragedy that occurred on that floor. I don't know what it was, and honestly, I don't want to know. I just know that whatever I saw in that hotel room was real, and it wasn't human. My sister and I have talked about going back to Chicago sometime, but we both agreed we'll never stay at the Congress Plaza Hotel again. Some experiences are better left as one-time occurrences, but I still think about that figure almost every night when I'm trying to fall asleep. The way it stood so perfectly still, like it had all the time in the world. The way it seemed to be studying my sister, learning about her, maybe waiting for the right moment to do something. And I wonder how many other guests have seen the same thing and just never talked about it. How many people have checked out of that hotel early, telling themselves they were being ridiculous, trying to forget what they witnessed in the darkness of the 12th floor. Because that's the thing about experiences like this, they stick with you. No matter how much you try to rationalize them or explain them away, you never quite forget the feeling of seeing something that shouldn't exist, and you never quite feel safe in the dark again. Story 11. I've been putting off telling this story for over a decade now, but it still haunts me. This happened when I was 17, back in 2009, and even thinking about it now makes my skin crawl. I guess part of me hoped that if I didn't talk about it, maybe I could convince myself it wasn't real. But I know what I heard that night, and so did Ashley. Some things you just can't forget, no matter how much you want to. I was a senior in high school living in Dayton, Ohio, and honestly having the time of my life. Senior year, you know, everything felt like it mattered more, like every weekend was potentially epic. My friend Tyler had just moved into this apartment near Belmont, and it was the first time any of us had a friend with their own place. No parents, no rules, just somewhere we could hang out and be teenagers without anyone telling us to keep it down. Tyler was one of those guys who seemed older than the rest of us, even though we were all the same age. Maybe it was because he'd been working since he was 15, saving up money so he could move out the day he turned 18. His parents were okay with it. They figured if he could pay rent and handle his own bills, he was ready for independence. The apartment was nothing fancy, just a two-bedroom place in one of those older buildings that had probably been nice back in the 1970s, but was now just affordable housing for college students and young people starting out. The kind of place where the carpet was worn thin in the high-traffic areas and the walls were painted that generic off-white color that landlords use everywhere. But to us, it was amazing. Tyler had the whole upstairs to himself, his bedroom, a guest room that was mostly just storage, and a bathroom. Downstairs was the living room, kitchen, and another bathroom. The stairs connecting the two floors were narrow and steep, the kind that creaked when you walked on them, no matter how careful you tried to be. The night this happened was a Friday in early November. I remember because it was getting cold outside. That first real cold snap of the season where you needed more than just a light jacket. We'd been planning this hangout all week. Tyler had gotten paid, so he'd stocked up on snacks and soda, and a few of us had managed to convince our parents we were having a study group. There were 6 of us there that night: me, Tyler, Ashley, and 3 other friends from school. Ashley and I had been in this weird, almost relationship for a few weeks. Not officially dating, but definitely more than friends. That stage where you're always finding excuses to sit close to each other and you get butterflies every time they text you. Ashley was this really cool girl, smart, funny, not afraid to speak her mind. She had this way of making me feel like I was more interesting than I actually was. We'd been friends for a couple years, but something had shifted between us recently, and I was pretty sure I was falling for her hard. We'd been hanging out since around 7 o'clock, just talking and eating junk food and playing video games. Tyler had ordered pizza, and we'd demolished 2 large pizzas, plus a bag of those gas station nachos, and enough soda to keep us wired until midnight. The conversation was typical teenage stuff, complaining about teachers, gossip about classmates, plans for after graduation. Ashley was sitting next to me on Tyler's couch, close enough that I could smell her perfume, some light floral scent that I'd started associating with feeling happy. Around 10:30, I realized I was getting cold. I'd left my hoodie upstairs in Tyler's guest room earlier, when we'd all gone up to check out his setup. Tyler was really into music production, and he'd been showing us his equipment and some beats he'd been working on. "I'm gonna go grab my hoodie," I announced, standing up and stretching. "I'll come with you," Ashley said immediately. I felt that little thrill I always got when she wanted to spend time with me, even if it was just walking upstairs. Maybe she wanted a few minutes alone, away from the group. Maybe she was planning to finally make a move. My 17-year-old brain was always reading way too much into everything she did. "We'll be right back," I told the others. Tyler barely looked up from the game he was playing. "Cool, the guest room door should be open." Ashley and I headed toward the stairs. The living room was brightly lit, and the bottom of the staircase was visible, but as soon as you started climbing, you entered this zone of shadow. Tyler had a light switch at the bottom of the stairs, but the bulb in the upstairs hallway had burned out a few days earlier, and he hadn't replaced it yet. "It's dark up there," Ashley observed as we started climbing. "Tyler said the hallway light is out, but there's enough light from his room to see." The stairs were steeper than they looked, and narrower too. We had to go single file, with me leading the way. As we climbed, I noticed something weird. The staircase seemed longer than it should have been. I'd been up and down these stairs multiple times that night, plus several times on previous visits to Tyler's place. It was normally maybe 12 or 13 steps to get from the living room to the upstairs hallway. But as we climbed, I kept thinking we should be at the top by now. "Are these stairs longer than they were before?" Ashley asked from behind me, echoing my exact thoughts. "Right? It feels like we've been climbing forever." I counted the steps as we continued. 15, 16, 17, way more than usual. But that was impossible. Stairs don't just get longer. Maybe I was miscounting, or maybe the darkness was playing tricks on my perception. Finally, we reached the top. The upstairs hallway stretched out in front of us, darker than I remembered. There were 4 doors. Tyler's bedroom at the front of the house, the guest room at the back, and 2 other rooms that Tyler used for storage and his music equipment. Tyler's bedroom door was closed, but I could see a thin line of light underneath it. The other doors were all closed too, creating these deep pockets of shadow between them. "Which room is your hoodie in?" Ashley whispered. I don't know why she was whispering. It just felt like the kind of place where you should keep your voice down. The guest room, at the end. We started walking down the hallway, staying close together. Ashley was to my right, her shoulder occasionally brushing against mine as we moved through the darkness. We'd only taken 3 or 4 steps when it happened. I heard my name. Not my nickname, which is what everyone called me. My full first name, spoken clearly and distinctly, whispered directly into my left ear. The voice was so close it felt like someone's lips were practically touching my earlobe. I could feel the breath that formed the words warm against my skin. But that was impossible. Ashley was walking to my right, and there was no one else upstairs. I stopped dead in my tracks, every muscle in my body suddenly tense. The whisper had been so clear, so intimate, that my brain couldn't process it as anything other than someone standing right next to me. At the exact same moment I stopped, Ashley grabbed my arm. Her fingers dug into my biceps so hard I knew she'd leave marks. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You heard it too? Someone said your name." The relief that flooded through me was almost overwhelming. I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't imagining things. Ashley had heard it too, which meant it was real. But that also meant something had whispered my name in a dark hallway where no one else was supposed to be. A cold sensation started at the very top of my spine, right where my neck met my skull. It spread down my back like ice water being poured over me, radiating out through my shoulders and arms until my whole upper body felt frozen. "We need to get out of here," Ashley whispered. But my hoodie was in the guest room at the end of the hall. It was my favorite hoodie, the one I wore constantly, and I couldn't just leave it. Plus, part of me needed to prove that there was a rational explanation for what we'd heard. "It's probably just Tyler messing with us," I said, though I didn't believe it. "Let me just grab my hoodie real quick." I forced myself to keep walking toward the guest room, Ashley still gripping my arm. Each step felt like moving through thick water. The hallway seemed to stretch out in front of us, longer than it should have been, just like the stairs. The guest room door was slightly open, just a crack. I pushed it wider and peered inside. The room was small and mostly empty, just a twin bed, a dresser and a chair where I'd left my hoodie earlier. I could see the hoodie draped over the back of the chair, exactly where I'd left it. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place, but the room felt wrong. The air was thick and heavy, like the atmosphere right before a thunderstorm. And it was cold, much colder than the hallway, which was already chilly. "Hurry up," Ashley urged, her voice tight with fear. I stepped into the room and grabbed my hoodie, pulling it on as quickly as possible. The familiar weight and warmth of it was comforting, but it did nothing to shake the feeling that we were being watched. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a shadow that moved differently than shadows should move, like it was connected to something that wasn't there. But when I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing, just the empty corner of the guest room, no different than it had been when we arrived. "Come on," I said to Ashley, "let's go." We practically ran back down the hallway, not caring about making noise anymore. The stairs seemed normal length on the way down, and within seconds we were back in the bright, warm living room with our friends. "That was quick," Tyler said, not looking up from his game. "Did anyone else come upstairs while we were up there?" I asked. "Nah, we've all been here the whole time." "Why?" Ashley and I looked at each other. How do you explain to someone that you heard a disembodied voice whisper a name in their supposedly empty upstairs hallway? "Just wondering," I said lamely. "Are any of your roommates home?" Ashley asked. Tyler paused his game and turned to look at us. "I don't have roommates. I told you guys I live here alone. But there are 4 bedrooms upstairs." "Yeah, but I can't afford roommates yet. The lease is just in my name." Ashley squeezed my hand under the blanket we were sharing on the couch. Her palm was sweaty, and I could feel her trembling slightly. We didn't talk about what happened for the rest of the night. We tried to rejoin the conversation and act normal, but both of us were distracted and jumpy. Every small sound, the refrigerator humming, a car passing outside, someone shifting position on the couch, made us both tense up. Around midnight, Ashley said she needed to get home. I offered to drive her, even though I'd been planning to crash at Tyler's place like I usually did on Friday nights. In the car, we finally talked about what we'd experienced. "I can't stop thinking about it," Ashley said. "The way it sounded so close, like someone was standing right next to us. But there was no one there." "I know. That's what's freaking me out. Do you think we imagined it? Like, maybe we psyched ourselves out because it was dark and creepy up there?" Ashley was quiet for a long moment. "No," she said finally. "I know what I heard. Someone said your name clear as day. And it wasn't Tyler or any of the other guys. Then who was it? I don't know, but I don't want to go back to that apartment." I dropped Ashley off at her house and drove home, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that whisper again. My name spoken with such intimacy, such closeness, by a voice I didn't recognize. The next day, I called Tyler to see if he'd noticed anything weird about his apartment since moving in. "Weird how?" he asked. "I don't know. Strange sounds, cold spots, things feeling off." Tyler laughed. "Dude, are you seriously asking me if my apartment is haunted?" When he put it that bluntly, it did sound ridiculous. I guess, maybe. Look, it's an old building. There are always weird sounds, pipes creaking, neighbors walking around upstairs, stuff like that, but nothing supernatural. "What about upstairs, in the hallway? What about it? Have you ever heard voices up there when you're alone?" There was a pause. "Actually," Tyler said slowly, "there was this one night last week. I was downstairs watching TV, and I swear I heard someone walking around upstairs, but when I went to check, there was nobody there." My stomach dropped. "Did you hear anything else? Voices? I thought I heard talking, but it was probably just from outside. Sound carries weird in this building." But I could hear in his voice that he wasn't entirely convinced by his own explanation. After that conversation, I started researching the history of Tyler's building. I couldn't find much online, but I did discover that it had been built in 1972 and had housed dozens of tenants over the decades. I couldn't find any records of deaths or traumatic events, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Most apartment buildings don't advertise their darker histories. Ashley and I dated for a few more months after that night, but things were never quite the same between us. We both carried this shared experience that we couldn't fully explain or forget. Every time we were in a dark, quiet place together, we'd both get tense, listening for whispers that might not be there. When we eventually broke up, for normal teenage relationship reasons, one of the things I missed most was having someone who understood what we'd experienced that night. Ashley was the only person who knew exactly how that whisper had sounded, how close and intimate and wrong it had felt. Tyler moved out of that apartment about 6 months later. He said it was because he wanted a place closer to campus, but I always wondered if there was more to it than that. I'm 31 now, and I've lived in a lot of different places since high school. I've stayed in old houses, cramped apartments, even a few places that were supposedly haunted according to local legends. But I've never heard anything like that whisper again, never felt that specific cold sensation that started at the base of my skull and spread through my entire body. Never experienced that bone-deep certainty that something was watching me from the shadows. People talk about paranormal experiences being scary in the moment, but funny in retrospect. Like once enough time passes, you can laugh about how silly you were to be frightened by some random noise or shadow. This isn't like that. This is the kind of fear that gets under your skin and stays there. The kind that makes you check over your shoulder when you're walking alone at night, even 14 years later. Because whatever whispered my name in that dark hallway knew me. It spoke my full name with perfect pronunciation, in a voice that was human enough to be recognizable as speech, but wrong enough to trigger every survival instinct I had. And the worst part is, I still don't know what it wanted. Did it want my attention? Was it trying to lure me somewhere? Was it just announcing its presence, letting me know that I was being watched? I think about that sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep. I think about what might have happened if Ashley hadn't been with me, if I'd gone upstairs alone. Would I have been brave enough to investigate further? Would I have found the source of that voice? Or would I have become another story, another person who went upstairs in an old apartment building and was never quite the same afterward? I guess I'll never know. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Some questions are better left unanswered. Story 12. I've been avoiding telling this story because it means admitting that I'm a 26-year-old woman who's genuinely afraid of her childhood home. But after what happened yesterday, I can't keep pretending everything's normal. I need to get this out, and maybe someone can help me understand what the hell is going on in my parents' house in Des Moines. My parents have lived in the same house for 20 years now. It's this old two-story place built around 1910, the kind of house that creaks when you walk across the floors and has doors that don't quite fit their frames anymore. Growing up there, I always knew it was a little weird, but I thought that was just how old houses were supposed to be. The strange stuff started when I was maybe 8 or 9 years old. I'd be downstairs watching TV, and I'd hear footsteps walking around upstairs, even when my parents were sitting right there in the kitchen with me. They'd always brush it off, saying it was the house settling or maybe mice in the walls. When the doorbell would ring at random times and there'd be no one at the door, they'd blame it on neighborhood kids playing pranks. But the thing was, these incidents always happened when I was alone. If I stayed up late on weekends watching movies, I'd hear soft footsteps in the hallway upstairs. If my parents went out and left me with a babysitter, the doorbell would ring multiple times throughout the evening. It was like whatever was in the house was more active when there were fewer people around to witness it. As I got older, I learned to just tune it out. It became background noise, part of living in an old house. I moved out for college when I was 18, then lived in different cities for work after graduation. I'd visit my parents for holidays and short trips, but I hadn't spent an extended period in that house for almost 8 years. Until 3 months ago, when I lost my job and had to move back in temporarily while I figured out my next steps. That's when I realized the activity hadn't just continued, it had gotten worse. Much worse. The first sign was what happened in the bathroom about 6 weeks ago. I was washing my face before bed, leaning over the sink with my eyes closed, when I saw something move in my peripheral vision. The bathroom door, which had been wide open, was swaying slightly, like someone had just walked through it. My first thought was that my dog had nudged it. She's a medium-sized mixed breed, and she follows me around the house constantly. But when I turned to look for her, the doorway was empty. I found her a few seconds later, fast asleep on my bed, clearly having been there for a while. I stood in that bathroom doorway for a good 5 minutes, trying to figure out what could have moved the door. All the windows in the house were closed. No fans were running. The heating system wasn't cycling on or off. There was literally no air movement that should have been able to push that door. But it had definitely moved. I wasn't imagining it. The fog incident happened about 2 weeks later. I'd just gotten home from a job interview and walked into the living room to find this weird haze hanging in the air right in the center of the room. Not thick like smoke, but definitely visible, like a cloud that had somehow formed indoors. My first thought was fire. I immediately started checking every electrical outlet, looking for sparks or burning smells. I ran to the kitchen to make sure nothing was on the stove. I even checked to see if someone had left a candle burning somewhere. Nothing. No source for any kind of smoke or vapor. But the fog stayed there for at least 5 minutes, maybe longer, just hanging in the middle of our living room like it belonged there. Then it gradually dissipated, leaving no trace of where it had come from or what it was. I told my mum about both incidents, and she got this look on her face like she was trying to decide whether to take me seriously. "The house has always been a little strange," she said finally, "but it's never been anything dangerous. Maybe it's just more noticeable now because you're not used to it anymore." But I knew it was more than that. The activity felt different now, more frequent, more intentional. Like something in the house had become more confident, more willing to make its presence known. The real confirmation came from the dogs. My sister's husky had been staying with us for a few days while she was out of town for work. He's normally this big, goofy, friendly dog who gets along with everyone and everything. But the second day he was there, something spooked him in my bedroom. I was sitting at my desk working on my laptop when he came running into the room at full speed, hackles raised, teeth bared, making this low growling sound I'd never heard from him before. He positioned himself between me and the corner near my dresser, staring at that spot with complete focus. The growling escalated to full barking, aggressive, territorial barking like he was warning off an intruder. He kept it up for over a minute, never taking his eyes off that corner, never backing down from whatever he thought he was seeing there. I looked where he was staring. Empty corner. Nothing but my dresser, the wall, and some old picture frames. But he was absolutely convinced something was there, something that posed enough of a threat to warrant that level of aggression. My own dog had a similar reaction about a week later, but in a different part of the house. I was in my bedroom reading when she suddenly froze, ears perked up, staring at the ceiling. Then she started barking. Not the playful bark she uses when she wants attention, but sharp, frantic barks that made my skin crawl. She was looking directly up at the ceiling above my bed, like she could see something in the attic that I couldn't. "What is it, girl?" I asked, but she didn't even acknowledge me. She was completely fixated on whatever was above us. The barking went on for several minutes before she finally calmed down, but she spent the rest of the night nervously glancing up at the ceiling like she was keeping watch. That's when I decided I needed to check the attic. Yesterday afternoon, while my parents were both at work, I got a flashlight and pulled down the attic ladder. My dog followed me to the hallway, but refused to come up the ladder with me. She just sat at the bottom, whining softly and watching me climb. The attic in our house is unfinished, just bare wooden beams, insulation, and a plywood floor that covers maybe half the space. There's a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, but it burned out years ago, and no one ever bothered to replace it. I climbed up with my flashlight and immediately felt like I was being watched. The attic was hot and stuffy, filled with that dusty smell old houses get in spaces that are rarely opened. I could see boxes of Christmas decorations, old furniture covered in sheets, and piles of things my parents hadn't looked at in decades. But I could also feel a presence up there with me. Not see it, not hear it, but feel it as clearly as if someone was standing right behind me. I made my way toward the back left corner, the area my dog had been barking at. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating cobwebs and dust particles floating in the air. When I reached the corner, I swept the flashlight across the area slowly. Bare walls, pink insulation between the wooden studs, nothing out of the ordinary. But my dog was still whining from downstairs, and the feeling of being watched had intensified. I crouched down and aimed the flashlight at the floor, looking for any signs of disturbance. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the dust. Not my footprints. I was wearing sneakers, and these looked like they'd been made by bare feet. Adult-sized, but with toes that seemed too long, too narrow. They led from the ladder area to the exact corner my dog had been fixated on, then just stopped. Like whoever made them had walked to that corner and then disappeared. I followed the prints with my flashlight, counting them. Maybe 8 or 10 clear impressions in the dust, all heading in the same direction. But no prints leading away from the corner, no indication that whoever made them had left the same way they'd arrived. The feeling of being watched became overwhelming. I swept the flashlight around the entire attic space. looking for any sign of where these prints could have come from or where the person who made them might have gone. Nothing. Just empty attic space, old boxes, and that corner where the footprints ended. I was about to climb back down when I heard it. A soft thudding sound, like someone walking slowly across the wooden beams above my head. But I was already at the highest point of the house. There was nothing above the attic except the roof. The footsteps continued for maybe 30 seconds, moving from one side of the attic to the other, then back again. Slow, deliberate steps that made the wooden beams creak with each impact. I stood there frozen, flashlight pointed up at the ceiling, listening to something impossible walking around on the roof of our house. Then it stopped. Complete silence. I climbed down that ladder faster than I've ever moved in my life. My dog was waiting at the bottom, tail tucked between her legs, looking up at the attic opening like she expected something to follow me down. When my parents got home that evening, I told them about the footprints and the sounds I'd heard. My dad went up to check for himself, but of course by then the prints were disturbed from my own movement around the attic. "Could have been from when the exterminators came last month," he said. "Sometimes they have to check the attic for entry points." But I knew the exterminators had worn boots, not gone up there barefoot, and they definitely hadn't walked on the roof. My mum suggested maybe I was just stressed from being unemployed and living at home again, that it was making me more sensitive to the normal sounds an old house makes, but they both looked uncomfortable when I described what I'd found up there. Like they wanted to dismiss it, but couldn't quite convince themselves it was nothing. Last night I barely slept. Every small sound, the house settling, pipes expanding, the refrigerator cycling on, made me sit up in bed and listen. Around 3 a.m, I heard those soft footsteps in the hallway again, the same ones I'd heard as a kid when I stayed up too late. But this time, they stopped right outside my bedroom door. I lay there holding my breath, waiting for the footsteps to continue down the hall or fade away like they usually did. But they didn't move. For at least 10 minutes, something stood in the hallway just outside my room, close enough that I should have been able to see a shadow under the door if it was a person. There was no shadow, but I could feel the presence there, patient and still, like it was waiting for something. Eventually, I heard the footsteps move away, heading toward the stairs. But instead of going down to the first floor, they went up, toward the attic. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. This morning I went up to the attic again, even though every instinct told me not to. The ladder creaked as I climbed, and my dog refused to even come into the hallway this time. The footprints were back, fresh ones, right next to where I'd found the first set. Same narrow, elongated shape, same path from the ladder to the back corner. But this time, there were more of them, and they looked deeper, like whatever made them had been carrying more weight. And in the corner where they ended, the insulation had been disturbed. Not torn or damaged, just pushed aside in a small area, like something had been digging. I got out of there immediately and called my sister to come pick up her husky. I told her he seemed stressed and wasn't eating well, which was true enough. But really, I didn't want any other living thing in this house to be subjected to whatever was happening here. She came by this afternoon to get him, and when she walked into the house, he immediately started whining and trying to pull her back toward the front door. The whole time she was here, he stayed pressed against her legs, ears back, clearly distressed. "What's wrong with him?" she asked. "He's never acted like this before." I wanted to tell her everything, but how do you explain to someone that their dog is terrified because your house is haunted by something that leaves footprints in the attic and walks on the roof at night? Instead, I just said he'd been anxious since staying here, and maybe he'd be more comfortable back at her place. After she left, the house felt different, quieter but not in a good way, more like the calm before a storm. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. My parents think I'm being paranoid, but I know what I've seen and heard. Something is living in this house alongside us. Something that's been here for years, but is only now making itself known. The footprints in the attic are real. The sounds on the roof are real. The way the dogs react to certain spots in the house is real. I don't know what it wants or why it's becoming more active. But I'm starting to think it's been waiting for me to come home. Like it's been patient for 8 years, biding its time until I was back in the house where it could reach me. Tonight I'm staying awake. I'm going to sit in my room with my back to the wall and wait to see what happens when this thing thinks I'm asleep. Because I need to know what I'm dealing with. I need to understand what's been sharing my childhood home all these years, and what it wants from me now that I'm back. Whatever's in that attic, whatever's been walking through our house for 20 years, it's done hiding, and I think it's done being patient. Story 13. I've been avoiding talking about this for 6 years now, but after what I went through with my friends Emma, Maddie and Clara back when I was 18, I think people need to know how dangerous some things can be, even when they seem harmless at first. This isn't some made-up creepypasta. This actually happened to us, and it nearly destroyed our friendship and our sanity. I was 18 and had just graduated high school. It was that weird summer between high school and college when you're trying to hang on to being a teenager, but also figuring out who you're going to become as an adult. My 3 best friends and I were spending basically every day together, knowing that in a few months we'd all be scattered across different colleges. Emma was my closest friend. We'd known each other since middle school and had that kind of friendship where we could talk for hours about nothing and everything. Maddie was the practical one in our group, always organized, always thinking ahead. Clara was the quiet, artistic type, really into photography and painting. That summer, Emma's family had moved into this old Victorian house on the outskirts of town. The house had been empty for years before they bought it, and it came with a lot of the previous owner's belongings still in the attic and basement. Emma's parents were slowly going through everything, deciding what to keep and what to donate. Emma loved exploring the house and finding old stuff. She'd show us vintage clothes, old photographs, antique books. It was like a treasure hunt every time we went over there. Most of it was harmless, interesting historical stuff that made us feel connected to the people who'd lived there before. But then Emma found the book. It was in early July when she discovered it, tucked away in a corner of the attic behind some old furniture. The book was bound in dark leather that felt oily to the touch, and all the text was in what looked like Polish. Emma had taken a semester of Polish in high school because her grandmother was Polish, so she could make out some of the words. From what she could translate, it was some kind of guide to divination using playing cards. Not tarot cards, regular playing cards, but used in specific ways according to very detailed instructions. The book talked about how to prepare the cards, how to ask questions, how to interpret the answers. Emma was fascinated. She'd always been interested in that kind of thing. Astrology, palm reading, anything that claimed to predict the future. She spent hours with that book, using online translation tools to figure out the more complicated passages. The rules were very specific. You had to use a brand new deck of cards, never used for regular card games. The cards had to be wrapped in natural fabric, cotton or linen, never synthetic materials. Only 2 people could touch the cards, the person doing the reading and the person asking the question. And you had to follow certain rituals before each reading, lighting candles, saying specific phrases in Polish, arranging the cards in particular patterns. At first, it seemed like harmless fun. Emma bought a new deck of cards and wrapped them in this white cotton fabric she found in her mum's sewing supplies. She practiced the rituals, memorized the Polish phrases, learned the different card spreads described in the book. The first reading she did was for herself, asking about whether she'd get into her first choice college. The cards seemed to indicate yes, and sure enough, her acceptance letter arrived 2 days later. Coincidence, we all figured, but Emma was thrilled. Then she started doing readings for the rest of us. I was skeptical at first, but I have to admit, the accuracy was unsettling. Maddie asked about a summer job she'd applied for, and the cards indicated she'd get it but wouldn't like it. She got the job offer that same week and quit after 2 weeks because her boss was horrible. Clara asked about a guy she had a crush on, and the cards suggested he was interested in someone else. We found out a few days later that he'd started dating a girl from his summer job. It could have all been coincidence, or maybe we were unconsciously interpreting the cards to fit what we wanted to hear. But the readings felt different than the fortune-telling stuff we'd tried before. More serious, more accurate, and definitely more unsettling. The thing that bothered me most was how I felt after each reading. Not during the readings, I felt fine, even excited about getting answers to my questions, but afterward, walking home from Emma's house, I'd get this sick feeling in my stomach, like something was following me, watching me from just outside my peripheral vision. The feeling would usually fade by the next morning, but it happened every single time Emma did a reading for me. After about a month, I started making excuses to avoid the card sessions. I told Emma I was getting bored with it, that I wanted to focus on other things during our hangouts. But Maddie and Clara kept asking for readings, and Emma was getting more and more obsessed with the cards. She'd spend hours studying that book, learning new spreads, practicing different rituals. She started wearing all black when she did readings, said it helped her concentrate. She also started wearing this silver cross necklace that had belonged to her grandmother, claiming it protected her from negative influences. By late August, I was seriously worried about Emma. She'd lost weight, wasn't sleeping well, and seemed completely consumed by the card readings. Maddie and Clara were also acting strange. Maddie had become paranoid and anxious, constantly looking over her shoulder, and Clara had started having nightmares almost every night, but they were all addicted to the readings. Even when the answers started getting darker, more ominous, they kept asking for more. Everything came to a head on August 27th. I remember the date exactly because it was a Friday night, and we'd all been planning to have a sleepover at Emma's house. But the events of that night changed everything. I got to Emma's house around 7 o'clock. Maddie and Clara were already there, and Emma had the cards set up in her bedroom with candles burning and that awful book open on her desk. The room felt different than usual, colder, despite the summer heat, and there was this heavy feeling in the air like right before a thunderstorm. Emma looked terrible. Dark circles under her eyes, pale skin, and she kept fidgeting with her grandmother's cross necklace. But she was excited about doing readings, said she'd learned some new techniques from the book that would give us even more accurate answers. I tried to convince them to do something else. Watch movies, go for a walk, anything other than mess with those cards. But they were determined to have what Emma called a proper session. Clara went first, asking about her college roommate assignment. The reading took longer than usual, with Emma laying out more cards than I'd ever seen her use before. As she interpreted the results, her face got paler and paler. "The cards are saying something bad," Emma said finally. "Something about betrayal and danger from someone close to you." Clara started crying immediately. She'd been nervous about college anyway, and this prediction sent her into a panic. But instead of stopping the session, Emma suggested doing another reading to get more details. That's when I noticed Emma's necklace. The silver cross was turning black, not tarnishing gradually, but changing color right before our eyes, like it was being heated from the inside. Emma didn't seem to notice. She was too focused on the cards. Maddie's reading was even worse. The cards indicated that someone in her family was going to get seriously hurt, possibly die. Maddie went white as a sheet and demanded more specific information. Emma did reading after reading, each one confirming the same dark prediction. By this point, I was ready to leave. The atmosphere in the room had become oppressive, and all three of my friends were visibly distressed. But when I suggested we stop, Emma got angry. "You don't understand," she said. The cards are trying to warn us about things. We need to know what's coming so we can prepare. That's when Emma's necklace started burning her. She was in the middle of laying out cards for another reading when she suddenly screamed and grabbed at the cross around her neck. The silver had turned completely black and was literally burning her skin. She ripped the necklace off and threw it across the room, leaving angry red welts across her collarbone. We all stared at the necklace lying on the floor. The silver cross was smoking slightly, and the carpet around it looked singed. "That's not possible," Maddie whispered. "Silver doesn't just heat up like that." But Emma was already gathering up the cards, shoving them into their cotton wrapping. "We need to get rid of these," she said, her voice shaking. "Something's wrong. Something's really wrong." She ran downstairs to the backyard with the wrapped cards, and we all followed. Emma's parents weren't home. They'd gone out to dinner and a movie, so we had the house to ourselves. Emma dumped the cards in the metal fire pit her family used for backyard barbecues, doused them with lighter fluid, and lit them with a long match. The cards burned, but not normally. The flames were wrong, too bright, almost white instead of orange, and they made this weird crackling sound like electricity. The smoke was thick and black, and it had this awful smell, like burnt hair mixed with something chemical. We stood around that fire pit watching the cards burn, all of us knowing that we'd gotten involved in something way more dangerous than we'd realized. "I should have listened to you," Emma said to me. "I should have stopped when you said something felt wrong." But it wasn't over. Clara called me at 2 in the morning, sobbing so hard I could barely understand what she was saying. "There's something outside my house," she managed to get out between sobs. "It's been standing by the kitchen window for the past hour." "What kind of something?" "I don't know. It's tall, like a person, but wrong, and its eyes are glowing. Red, like animal eyes, but way too bright." I told her to call the police, but she said when she tried to get closer to the window to see better, the thing had smiled at her. "Not a human smile," she said. "Too wide with too many teeth. It knows I can see it," she whispered. "It wants me to see it." I stayed on the phone with Clara until sunrise, when the figure finally disappeared. She said it didn't walk away. It just faded, like it was dissolving into the morning light. The next day, Clara drove straight to Emma's house with her own deck of cards. She'd been doing readings too, we found out. Emma had taught her the rituals from the book, and Clara had been practicing on her own for weeks. "I'm burning these," Clara announced. "Whatever we called up with those cards, I don't want it following me anymore." But that wasn't the end of it either. Maddie had the worst experience of all. She'd also been doing readings with her own deck, and that same night Clara saw the figure outside her window. Maddie woke up at 3 in the morning to find something floating at the foot of her bed. She described it as looking like a fairy from a children's cartoon, small, glowing, beautiful. It was hovering in the air, moving in gentle circles, and Maddie said her first reaction was wonder, not fear. "It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen," she told us later. "I wasn't scared at all. I felt this overwhelming urge to follow it." The thing drifted toward her bedroom window, which was open to let in the cool night air. Without thinking, Maddie got out of bed and followed it. She climbed out her second-story window and onto the roof, then down the ladder her dad used for cleaning gutters. The glowing thing led her through the dark streets of our neighborhood toward the playground where we'd all played as kids. Maddie followed it the entire way, feeling completely calm and happy, like she was in a beautiful dream. But when they reached the playground, something changed. The thing floated to the top of the slide and hovered there, pulsing with that gentle light. Maddie climbed the ladder, still feeling peaceful and euphoric, but when she reached the top and saw the thing up close, she suddenly understood what it really was. "It wasn't beautiful," she said. "It was hungry." and it wanted me to jump. The playground slide was positioned over concrete, not sand or rubber matting like modern playgrounds. A fall from that height could easily cause serious injury or death, and Maddie realized that was exactly what the thing wanted. She snapped out of whatever trance she'd been in and ran home as fast as she could, leaving the glowing entity behind. The next morning, she threw her deck of cards in the garbage, thinking that would be the end of it. But when she came home from work that afternoon, the cards were back in her bedroom drawer, arranged in a perfect stack, like she'd never thrown them away. Maddie called Emma in a panic, and Emma told her the same thing had happened with the book. She'd thrown it in the dumpster behind her house after burning the cards, but the next morning it was back on her desk, open to the same page she'd been reading the night before. That's when we all realized we weren't dealing with some harmless fortune-telling game. We'd accidentally opened a door to something dangerous, and it wasn't going to let us close it easily. Emma suggested we all meet at her house that evening to figure out what to do. We spent hours going through the book, using online translation tools to understand the warnings and protective measures described in the later chapters. Most of it was in dense, archaic Polish that was hard to translate. But we managed to figure out that the book contained instructions for ending the connection we'd created with whatever entities the cards had attracted. The solution was fire, but it had to be done correctly. All the cards had to be burned at the same time, and specific words had to be spoken in Polish while they burned. The book also had to be destroyed, but only after the cards were completely consumed. We gathered all 3 decks of cards, Emma's, Clara's and Maddie's. They all looked identical, even though they'd been purchased at different stores weeks apart. Even the wear patterns on the cards were the same, like they were all copies of the same original deck. This time, when we burned them, the fire looked normal. Regular orange and yellow flames, normal smoke, no weird sounds or smells. The cards crumbled to ash like any other paper product. When the last card was consumed, Emma threw the book into the fire. It burned quickly, almost eagerly, like it wanted to be destroyed. After that night, the supernatural experiences stopped completely. No more glowing entities, no more figures outside windows, no more objects appearing and disappearing. Whatever we'd accidentally summoned with those cards was finally gone. But the experience changed all of us. We'd learned that there are things in this world that are better left alone, forces that can be awakened by people who don't understand what they're dealing with. Emma never got interested in fortune-telling or divination again. Clara started having trouble sleeping and had to see a therapist for a few months to deal with the nightmares. Maddie became much more cautious about everything, like she'd lost her sense of security in the world. And me? I learned to trust my instincts. When something feels wrong, when you get that sick feeling in your stomach that tells you to stay away, listen to it. Because sometimes that feeling is the only warning you'll get before you open a door that should have stayed closed forever. Looking back, I think we were incredibly lucky. We could have lost Clara to whatever was stalking her outside her window. We could have lost Maddie to that thing that wanted her to jump from the playground slide. And Emma's burns could have been much worse. We were just 4 teenagers who thought we were playing with a harmless game. We had no idea we were actually performing rituals that connected us to something ancient and malevolent. I still have the scars on my psyche from that summer. Not physical scars like Emma's burns, but emotional ones. The knowledge that there are things out there in the dark, things that feed on human fear and suffering, things that can be called up by people who don't know any better. I'm 24 now, and I've never touched another deck of cards for anything other than regular games. I stay away from fortune tellers, psychics, anyone who claims they can predict the future or communicate with supernatural forces, because I know firsthand what can happen when you open doors you don't know how to close, and some doors should never be opened at all. Story 14. I've been putting off writing about this for 4 months now, but I can't get it out of my head. What happened to me and my boyfriend on Seawall Boulevard in Galveston still doesn't make any sense, and I keep hoping that if I write it all down, maybe I can find some logical explanation. But deep down, I know there isn't one. We live in Galveston, Texas, have for about 2 years now. My boyfriend got a job at one of the hotels on the island, and I work remotely for a company based in Houston, so the location works well for both of us. Galveston is one of those places that's beautiful during the day, but can feel pretty eerie at night, especially in the off-season when most of the tourists are gone. The night this happened was 4 months ago, on a Tuesday in early March. We'd been in Houston visiting my sister, who'd just had her first baby. It was one of those family gatherings that goes way longer than planned. We'd intended to drive back to Galveston around 8 o'clock, but ended up staying for dinner and didn't leave until almost midnight. The drive from Houston to Galveston takes about an hour, depending on traffic and which route you take. At midnight on a Tuesday, there's basically no traffic, so we figured we'd be home by 1 in the morning at the latest. My boyfriend was driving. He always drives at night because I have terrible night vision. I was in the passenger seat, kind of dozing off and on, that relaxed state you get into during a familiar drive when you know you'll be home soon. We took Highway 45 south to the island, then got onto Seawall Boulevard to head to our apartment. Seawall Boulevard runs right along the coast, and during the day it's busy with tourists and beachgoers. But at night, especially on weekdays, it's usually pretty empty. It was around 2 in the morning when we turned onto Seawall. The street was well lit by the tall lampposts that lined the boulevard, and we could see the dark expanse of the Gulf of Mexico on our right. There were maybe 2 or 3 other cars on the road, which was normal for that time of night. About 5 minutes into our drive on Seawall, a small white car merged onto the boulevard ahead of us from one of the side streets. It looked like a Toyota Corolla, maybe 10 or 15 years old. Nothing distinctive about it except that it was driving a little slower than the speed limit. My boyfriend adjusted our speed to match the white car, keeping a safe distance of about 30 feet behind it. We weren't in any hurry, and there was no reason to pass since the road ahead was clear. "Looks like we've got company for the rest of the drive," my boyfriend said. I glanced up from my phone, where I'd been scrolling through pictures from my sister's baby shower earlier that day. That's fine. At least they're not driving crazy fast or weaving around. The white car was actually driving very steadily, very predictably. It stayed in the right lane, maintained a consistent speed, used turn signals properly. If anything, it was refreshing to be behind such a careful driver. We followed the white car for maybe 10 minutes, making casual conversation about the day we'd had, my new nephew, plans for the upcoming weekend. Normal couple stuff, nothing important enough to remember the exact words. The white car's taillights were clearly visible ahead of us, 2 red circles that stayed at a constant distance. I remember thinking that whoever was driving must be local because they seemed to know exactly where they were going. No hesitation at intersections, no slowing down to check street signs. That's when we saw the flashing lights ahead. At first it was just a glow on the horizon, red and blue lights reflecting off the buildings and palm trees that line Seawall Boulevard. But as we got closer, we could see that it was a police car, positioned crosswise across both lanes of traffic. "Looks like there's an accident up ahead," my boyfriend said, slowing down slightly. The white car ahead of us also slowed down as we approached the police roadblock. I could see police tape strung across the road, and beyond the police car, there were more emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, more police cars. "Must be a bad one," I said. "Look at all those emergency vehicles." As we got closer, I could see that the police car was positioned bumper to bumper across both lanes, completely blocking traffic. There was yellow police tape attached to light posts on both sides of the road, creating a barrier that no vehicle could pass through. The white car ahead of us continued to slow down as we approached the roadblock. I expected it to come to a complete stop, like we were about to do, so we could figure out how to get around the accident scene. But instead, something impossible happened. The white car seemed to veer slightly to the right, toward the shoulder of the road, and then it just passed through the police roadblock. I'm not talking about going around it or finding a gap. The car appeared to drive straight through the police car and the yellow tape, as if they weren't there. My first thought was that there must be a gap I couldn't see from our position. Maybe the police car wasn't positioned exactly bumper to bumper, or maybe there was a small opening on the shoulder that the white car had managed to squeeze through. "Did you see that?" I asked my boyfriend. "How did that car get through?" "I guess there's room to get by on the right side," he said. "We should be able to follow them." But as we got closer to the roadblock, it became clear that there was no gap. The police car was positioned exactly perpendicular to the road, its front bumper touching the curb on the left side, and its rear bumper nearly touching the guardrail on the right side. The yellow police tape was strung tight across the entire width of the road. There was absolutely no way a car could have passed through that roadblock. My boyfriend had to brake hard to avoid hitting the police car. We came to a stop maybe 10 feet away from the barrier, both of us staring in confusion at the completely blocked road ahead of us. "Where did that white car go?" I asked. We both looked around frantically, trying to spot the white car somewhere nearby, but it was nowhere to be seen. It had simply vanished. On our left was the Gulf of Mexico. No roads, no parking lots, just water. On our right were some closed shops and restaurants, but no side streets or driveways that the car could have turned into. And we'd been watching the car continuously until the moment it appeared to pass through the roadblock. A police officer approached our car, flashlight in hand. "You folks need to turn around," he said when my boyfriend rolled down the window. "We've got a serious accident ahead, and this section of seawall is going to be closed for several more hours." "What happened?" my boyfriend asked. "Single vehicle rollover about 20 minutes ago. SUV hit the guardrail and flipped. We're still working the scene." I leaned over toward the window. "Officer, there was a white car ahead of us that seemed to get through. Is there another way around that we missed?" The officer looked confused. "Ma'am, nothing's gotten through here since we set up the roadblock. This section of road is completely sealed off." "But we saw a white car, a Corolla, driving right ahead of us. It went through the roadblock somehow." The officer's expression became more serious. "When did you see this car?" "Just now, maybe 2 minutes ago. We were following it for the past 10 minutes. The officer walked around to the front of our car and shined his flashlight down the road beyond the police barrier. In the distance, we could see more emergency vehicles surrounding what looked like an overturned SUV. "Ma'am, I can promise you that no vehicle has passed through this roadblock. We've had officers stationed here since we arrived on scene, and the road has been completely blocked the entire time." My boyfriend and I looked at each other, both of us trying to process what the officer was telling us. "But we both saw it," I said. "We followed it for 10 minutes, watched its taillights the whole time." The officer's radio crackled, and he stepped away to respond to whatever message he was receiving. When he came back, his expression was even more troubled. "Folks, I need to ask you some questions. Can you describe this white car you say you saw?" I described the car as best I could. Small, white, looked like a Toyota Corolla, probably 10 to 15 years old, driving slowly and steadily, staying in the right lane. Very predictable movements. The officer was taking notes, which struck me as odd for what should have been a simple traffic stop. "And you said you followed this car for about 10 minutes before reaching our roadblock?" "Yes, from when it merged onto seawall until we got here." The officer exchanged glances with another officer who had approached during our conversation. "Ma'am, the accident we're working happened about 20 minutes ago. The victim was driving a white Toyota Corolla, and he was traveling eastbound on Seawall Boulevard when he lost control and hit the guardrail." My stomach dropped. What are you saying? The driver was killed on impact. His car rolled several times before coming to rest about 100 yards ahead of where we're standing. I felt like the ground had shifted underneath me. That's impossible. We just saw a white Corolla driving normally, following all the traffic laws. There's no way it was the same car. Mom, there's been no other white Corolla on Seawall Boulevard tonight. Our officers have been monitoring traffic since the accident occurred. My boyfriend was gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. So, what are you telling us? He asked. That we followed a ghost car for 10 minutes? The officer didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked us more questions about what we'd observed, the exact time we'd first seen the white car, its behavior, whether we'd seen the driver or any passengers. We never got close enough to see inside the car, I told him. We just followed the taillights, but the car was driving perfectly normally. If someone had been in medical distress or about to have an accident, wouldn't we have noticed erratic driving? You would think so, the officer said quietly. He gave us directions for how to get around the accident scene. We'd have to backtrack several miles and take an alternate route to reach our apartment. As we turned around and drove away from the roadblock, I kept looking back, hoping to catch sight of the white car we'd been following. But there was nothing. Just the flashing emergency lights getting smaller in the distance. The drive home took an extra 40 minutes because of the detour. Neither my boyfriend nor I said much during that time. We were both trying to process what had happened, what the police officer had told us, and what it might mean. When we finally got to our apartment, we sat in the car for a few minutes before going inside. "Do you think we really saw that car?" my boyfriend asked. "I don't know. I mean, we both saw it, right? We talked about it. We followed it for 10 minutes. But if what that cop said is true, then the car we were following crashed 20 minutes before we even saw it. That doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense." Inside our apartment, I immediately got on my laptop and started searching for news about the accident. I found a brief article on a local news website published just an hour earlier. "Fatal accident closes Seawall Boulevard," the headline read. The article was short, just a few paragraphs, but it confirmed what the police officer had told us. A 28-year-old man had lost control of his white Toyota Corolla on Seawall Boulevard around 1:40 in the morning. The car had struck the guardrail and rolled multiple times. The driver was pronounced dead at the scene. The article included the man's name, but I don't feel comfortable sharing that here. What I will say is that when I looked him up on social media, I found photos of his car. It was exactly the car we'd been following. Same make, same model, same color, even what looked like the same minor dents and scratches. "This is impossible," my boyfriend said when I showed him the photos. "We saw this exact car driving normally for 10 minutes. There's no way it had already crashed." But the timeline didn't lie. According to the police report, the accident had occurred at 1:42 a.m. We'd first spotted the white car around 2:05 a.m., more than 20 minutes after the driver had already died. We stayed up the rest of the night researching phantom vehicles, ghost cars, and other supernatural explanations for what we'd experienced. Most of what we found was either obviously fake or so vague it could have been anything. But we did find a few accounts that were disturbingly similar to ours. People who had followed cars that later turned out to have been involved in fatal accidents. Drivers who had seen vehicles that had crashed hours or even days earlier, still traveling the same routes they'd been on when they died. The more we read, the more convinced we became that we'd witnessed some kind of residual haunting, a replay of events that had already occurred, like an echo of the past manifesting in the present. But that raised an even more disturbing question. Why had we seen it? One theory we found suggested that phantom vehicles appear to prevent other accidents, acting as warnings to drivers who might be in danger of making the same mistakes. Another theory proposed that these apparitions are attempts by the deceased to complete their final journey, unaware that they've already died. The thought that scared me most was this. What if we hadn't braked when we reached the police roadblock? What if we'd assumed, like I initially did, that there was a way through and we could follow the white car? We would have crashed directly into the police car at 40 miles per hour. We probably would have been seriously injured, possibly killed. It felt like the white car had led us into a trap, like we'd been lured toward the accident scene by something that wanted us to share the same fate as the original driver. Or maybe, more charitably, the phantom car had been trying to show us what had happened, to make us aware of the danger on that stretch of road. I don't know which interpretation is correct, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. What I do know is that we both saw the same thing, experienced the same impossible event, and neither of us has been able to come up with a rational explanation for it. We've driven on Seawall Boulevard many times since that night, usually during the day, but occasionally at night when we're coming home from Houston. I always find myself watching for white cars, especially white Corollas, wondering if we'll see that phantom vehicle again. So far, we haven't. But every time we drive that route, especially late at night, I remember the feeling of following those taillights through the darkness, having no idea that we were following someone who had already died. The scariest part isn't even the supernatural aspect of what happened. It's the realization of how close we came to disaster ourselves. If we'd been driving faster, if we'd been following more closely, if we'd tried to pass the white car at the wrong moment. There are so many ways that night could have ended with us becoming part of the accident scene instead of just witnesses to something impossible. Sometimes I wonder if that's what phantom vehicles are really about. Not ghosts or hauntings, but the universe's way of showing us how thin the line is between life and death, between making it home safely and becoming a cautionary tale for the next drivers who pass by. But I still can't explain how we saw a car that had already crashed, or how it appeared to pass through a solid police roadblock, or where it went when it vanished from sight. All I know is that somewhere on Seawall Boulevard, a 28-year-old man lost his life in a senseless accident, and for 10 minutes on a Tuesday night in March, my boyfriend and I followed him on his final journey, completely unaware that we were witnessing an echo of tragedy that had already occurred. I hope he found whatever he was looking for at the end of that phantom drive, and I hope we never see him again. Story 15. I've been avoiding writing this down for months now, but I can't sleep anymore without seeing that thing behind my eyelids. I need to get this out of my head, and maybe telling someone will help me figure out what the hell is happening to me. This all started after we lost our dog Max earlier this year, and I'm still not sure if what I've been seeing is connected to him, or if losing him somehow opened a door to something much worse. Max was a 7-year-old golden retriever mix, the kind of dog that becomes part of your family in a way that people who don't have pets just don't understand. We'd had him since he was a puppy, and he was one of those dogs with a huge personality, always getting into trouble, always making us laugh, always there when you needed comfort. He got sick really suddenly in January. One day he was his normal, energetic self, and the next day he was lethargic and not eating. We took him to the vet thinking it was just a stomach bug or something he'd eaten, but the tests showed a massive tumor in his abdomen that had somehow gone undetected until it was too late. The vet said it had probably been growing for months, maybe longer, but Max had hidden the symptoms so well that we never noticed anything wrong. Dogs do that sometimes. They're so good at masking pain and illness that by the time you realize something's wrong, it's often too late to do anything about it. We had maybe 2 weeks with him after the diagnosis. The vet said we could try surgery, but the tumor was too large and had spread too far. The kindest thing would be to keep him comfortable and let him go peacefully when the time came. Those 2 weeks were the hardest of my life. Max was still himself in many ways. He'd wag his tail when we came home. He'd still want to go for short walks. He'd still curl up on the couch with us in the evenings. But you could see he was declining rapidly. He was losing weight, sleeping more, and there was this look in his eyes that broke my heart, like he knew something was wrong, but couldn't understand what. We had him euthanized on a Thursday morning in early February. I held him while the vet administered the injection, and he went peacefully, just drifted off to sleep in my arms. The vet said it was one of the most peaceful passings she'd ever seen. The house felt empty without him. Max had been such a presence, always following us around, always in whatever room we were in, always making noise with his toys or his food bowl. Suddenly, there was this silence that felt oppressive. For the first few days after Max died, I kept expecting to see him around corners or hear his collar jingling in the hallway. Grief does weird things to your mind, and I figured the occasional glimpse of movement or faint sound was just my brain trying to process the loss. But then, things started happening that felt different from normal grief hallucinations. The first incident happened about a week after Max died. I was on the couch around 1 in the morning, watching Netflix because I couldn't sleep. I'd been having trouble sleeping since Max passed. The house felt too quiet, too empty, and every small sound made me jump. I was halfway through some mindless comedy show when I saw something move in my peripheral vision. A small, dark shape that ran from the edge of the couch toward the dining room, moving low to the ground. My heart jumped because for a split second, my brain registered it as Max. The size was right. The movement pattern was exactly like him when he was sneaking around looking for food scraps. He used to do this thing where he'd wait until he thought we weren't looking, then make a quick dash to check under the dining room table for crumbs. Without thinking, I called out his name. "Max, come here, buddy." The moment the words left my mouth, I remembered. Max was gone. There was no dog in the house, but I'd definitely seen something move. Something small and dark, moving exactly like a dog on the hunt for food. I got up and walked into the dining room, half expecting to find nothing and half hoping I'd somehow see Max there, that this had all been a terrible mistake and he was fine. The dining room was empty. No movement, no sound, nothing under the table or around the chairs. Just empty space where Max used to search for his favorite scraps. I stood there for several minutes, looking around and trying to figure out what I could have seen. Maybe it was my cat, though she was much smaller than Max and moved completely differently. Maybe it was just shadows from the TV, creating an optical illusion. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen looked exactly like Max. That first sighting gave me a weird sense of comfort. I told myself that maybe it was Max's way of saying goodbye, of letting me know he was still around somehow. People talk about seeing deceased pets all the time, right? Maybe it was just his spirit visiting to make sure I was okay. For a few days, I actually hoped I'd see him again. I'd find myself looking toward his favorite spots in the house, listening for the sound of his collar or his paws on the hardwood floors. But when the next sighting happened, it didn't feel comforting at all. I was getting ready for work on a Tuesday morning, maybe 2 weeks after the first incident. I came out of my bedroom and was walking down the hallway toward the kitchen when I saw something that made me freeze. There was a head peeking around the edge of the hallway closet door. Not a dog's head, a human head, but wrong somehow. It was positioned about 3 feet off the ground, too low to be an adult, but too high to be a child sitting down, and it was completely black, like a shadow shaped into the form of a head. No facial features that I could make out, no nose, no mouth, no eyes, just a head-shaped void that was darker than the shadows around it. The moment I saw it, my entire body went cold. This wasn't Max. This wasn't anything that should be in my house. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, and when I opened them, the head was gone. Just the normal hallway closet, door slightly ajar like always, nothing unusual about it. But I knew what I'd seen. Something had been watching me from around that door, and it definitely wasn't human. I spent the rest of that morning searching the house, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. Nothing. No sign of an intruder, no explanation for what I'd seen. That's when I started to worry that losing Max had somehow affected my mental health more than I'd realized. Maybe the grief was causing hallucinations, making me see things that weren't there. I made an appointment with my doctor, thinking maybe I needed some kind of counseling or medication to help me process the loss. But the sightings continued, and they were getting worse. Over the next few weeks, I caught glimpses of that dark head several more times. Always in my peripheral vision, always around corners or doorways, always at that same strange height. And it was always watching me. The worst part was that I started to feel like I was being observed constantly, even when I wasn't seeing anything. Walking through my own house became uncomfortable because I never knew when that thing might be lurking around the next corner. I tried rearranging my routine, taking different paths through the house, avoiding the hallway where I'd first seen it. But the head appeared in other locations too, peeking around the kitchen island, visible for just a moment from behind the living room curtains, ducking out of sight when I turned toward the basement stairs. Each sighting lasted maybe 2 seconds, just long enough for me to register what I was seeing before it vanished. I started keeping lights on throughout the house, thinking that maybe the shadows were contributing to whatever hallucinations I was having, but the dark head appeared even in well-lit areas, still visible despite the fact that there shouldn't have been enough shadow to create that kind of illusion. By the end of March, I was barely sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that featureless black head watching me from around corners, and during the day, I was constantly on edge, jumping at every small movement, checking and double-checking rooms to make sure I was alone. That's when the really terrifying incident happened. It was a Saturday afternoon in early April. I'd been in the kitchen making lunch when I decided to go down to the basement to grab something from the freezer. The basement stairs in my house are steep and narrow, leading down to an unfinished space that we use for storage and utilities. I was walking from the kitchen toward the basement door when something made me stop in my tracks. At the top of the basement stairs, about 8 feet above the floor level, something was leaning out from the stairwell. It was the same head I'd been seeing around the house, but this time it was impossibly tall. The thing had stretched itself upward, elongating like it was made of rubber, to peer over the basement door frame and look at me. But this time, it had a face. Right in the center of where its face should be was a single, enormous eye. Human-looking, but way too large for any normal face. The eye took up almost the entire space where a normal person would have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. And the iris was bright red, not brown or blue or green like normal human eyes, blood red, like someone had filled it with red paint. The eye was staring directly at me with an intensity that made my knees weak. It wasn't just looking at me, it was studying me, evaluating me, like it was trying to figure out something about me. I stood there frozen, staring back at that horrible red eye, unable to move or speak or even breathe properly. The thing was at least 8 feet tall now, stretched up like a distorted nightmare version of the shadow head I'd been seeing. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then, just like all the other times, it vanished. One moment it was there, that terrible red eye boring into me, and the next moment there was nothing but empty space above the basement stairs. But this time, the image didn't fade from my mind when the thing disappeared. I could still see that eye when I closed my eyes, could still feel the weight of its gaze on me. I ran to my bedroom and locked the door, which was stupid because whatever this thing was, it didn't seem bound by normal physical laws like doors and walls. But I needed to feel like there was some barrier between me and it. I sat on my bed, shaking and trying to process what I'd just seen. This wasn't grief hallucinations. This wasn't my mind playing tricks on me because I missed my dog. This was something else entirely, something that had been watching me and growing bolder over the past 2 months. The worst part was that the thing had seemed more solid this time, more real. The earlier sightings had been brief and shadowy, easy to dismiss as tricks of light or imagination. But this encounter felt different. The red eye had been vivid and detailed, and I could swear I'd felt heat radiating from it. I didn't leave my bedroom for the rest of the day. I ordered food delivery and had it left at the front door, then waited until after dark to quickly grab it and retreat back to my room. I kept every light on and avoided looking toward any doorways or corners where that thing might be lurking. That night, I barely slept at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that red eye staring at me. And worse, I had this growing feeling that the thing was getting closer, becoming more present in my house. Over the next few days, I started researching everything I could find about shadow beings, paranormal entities, and things that might attach themselves to people dealing with grief. Most of what I found was either obviously fake or so vague it could apply to anything, but I did find some accounts that were disturbingly similar to what I was experiencing. People who had lost loved ones and then started seeing shadow figures that progressively became more aggressive and intrusive. Some theories suggested that grief could make people more susceptible to supernatural encounters, like emotional trauma creates cracks that allow other things to slip through. The idea that losing Max might have somehow opened me up to this thing was terrifying. If that was true, then this entity wasn't connected to Max at all. It was just something opportunistic that had found its way to me when I was vulnerable. For the past month, I've been living in a constant state of anxiety. I feel like I'm being watched every moment I'm in the house. I've seen glimpses of that shadow head several more times, always in different locations, always watching me from just out of sight. And that red eye haunts me. Even now, writing about it, I can picture it perfectly. The way it filled that entire face, the unnatural brightness of the red iris, the intelligence behind it that felt malevolent and hungry. I haven't seen the tall, stretched version again since that day in April, and part of me is grateful for that. But I'm also terrified that it's still there, just hidden, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself again. The worst part is not knowing what this thing wants from me. Is it just observing me? Or is it building up to something worse? Will it eventually try to communicate with me or harm me? Or is it content to just watch and torment me with its presence? I've thought about moving, but I'm afraid the thing might follow me. I've considered having the house blessed or cleansed, but I don't even know what religion or spiritual practice would be appropriate for something like this. What I do know is that losing Max opened some kind of door that I don't know how to close. Whether this entity is connected to him or just took advantage of my grief, it's made itself at home in my house and in my life. And every night when I try to sleep, I see that red eye watching me from behind my eyelids, patient and hungry and waiting for something I can't even begin to understand. I don't know what's going to happen next. All I know is that whatever this thing is, it's not done with me yet, and I'm running out of ways to convince myself that this is all in my head, because deep down I know it's real. I know something is sharing my house with me, something that shouldn't exist, something that's been growing stronger and bolder since the day Max died. And I'm afraid that the next time I see it, it won't just disappear when I blink.